sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Kansas City.
Royals trying for some late inning magic here. Down by 1 with 2 outs to go in the 9th. Up the left field line. Fair into the corner. Dyson to third. And the ball gets away from Flowers. Dyson keeps running. He is safe to tie the game. Double. That's a fair ball. Now Gore goes to third. This is going to be a tough play. No play! Royals win it in the bottom of the 9th. Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. After a thrilling finish last night, it's back to the office. The Royals play Game 2 tonight with the Chicago White Sox. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the ballpark with Rex Hudler. I'm Ryan Lefevre, and Joel Goldberg is coming up. It's been a roller coaster ride for the Royals all season long, and maybe the season was summed up best last night with that one game.
Unbelievable. I think you have a better chance of winning the lottery than you do winning a baseball game like they did. Exciting, especially after the dud the night before. They can gain some momentum on that win.
You know, there have been a lot of times over the last 2 years with this team where you think, man, is that the stretch that's really going to sink the Royals? But one thing that has really been true for them the last 2 years, they've been a very resilient team.
They have been. They've been able to push the bat away and look ahead and find out a way to win. That's what they've been doing. Now, resiliency, the ability or power to recover readily from adversity. Adversity means not playing good baseball. So they're able to turn the page, and that's what you do in baseball. What have you done for me lately? Oh, but last night was thrilling. I got goosebumps looking at this again. Same as I had last night, Rhino, and the people here. It was exciting, and hopefully they can build some momentum off of that resiliency.
That was really a swing game. What would have happened if the Royals had lost that game? Well, they won it. So how does that affect tonight and the rest of the season? We're about to find out.
back-to-back winning season since 93-94, but that was a strike-shortened season. As we see in our Academy Sports and Outdoors note, the first back-to-back winning full seasons by the Royals since 1988 and 1989, assuming they finish this season. Joel Goldberg back at Kauffman Stadium. Some good news today regarding Danny Duffy. This would have been his start, but he came out of that game after one pitch with some shoulder injuries in New York on September 1st. So he really hasn't pitched, or September 6th, in a full game since August 31st. And so nowhere to really go out there and rehab. Instead today, a simulated game facing guys like Terrence Gore and Lane Adams, Johnny Giavotella, Eric Kratz. He threw 60 pitches, 4 innings, would sit down in between the innings working on all of his stuff. And Danny Duffy left the field very happy with the progress and his session.
You know, I'm very happy with the way it went.
You throw all your pitches?
Everything, yep. Fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. So it's very good. Mixing a couple slide steps and had some guys off balance. Gio squared one up off me. But other than that, you know, I felt really good.
Duffy expected to start next Monday in Cleveland. The rotation shifts a little bit this weekend. Vargas Friday, Shields Saturday, Guthrie Sunday. That puts Shields in line for a possible playoff start. Tonight, though, first pitch from Liam Hendriks coming up next.
Brought to you by your Kansas City Chevy dealers. Make your move to Chevrolet today. By the Missouri Lottery, try the new Lucky Sevens playbook. And by AT Uverse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PICK-ATT, mobilizing your world. And how about that for a sunset? As the sun slowly sets on the 2014 season. And it has truly set on the Chicago White Sox. They've been mathematically eliminated after losing to the Royals last night. And after scoring 3 runs in the first 3 innings against James Shields, the White Sox would not score another run. And the Royals in dramatic fashion coming back and winning 4-3. That lineup facing Liam Hendriks, our Kia starting pitcher, making his 3rd start as a Royal.
Step up. Liam, they're asking him to go at least 6 innings if he can. He's looking to help the Royals win back-to-back games, the first time since September 1st through 5th when they had a nice run. So it's time for Liam to throw strikes, trust himself, trust his stuff, and his defense behind him. Throw strikes. That's what he does. Fastball, slider, curve, and a change. Dave Hyland told me before the game, trust all of them, use all of them, and keep them all down in the strike zone.
And he's 0-2 against Adam Eaton, who had a 3-hit game last night, scored 2 of the 3 runs, and he opened the game with a single to left field, coming around to score the game's first run. And he has a base hit to begin the game tonight, and that's going to roll deep. Dyson picks it off. Eaton is going to challenge him, and Infante was a little too quick with his attempted tag, and Eaton is safe at second base.
You gotta love that stroke. This guy, unbelievable. 2 strikes on him. Hendricks threw him an off-speed pitch, and he just pelted it. I mean, on the line. Dyson got to it good. Came over the top. Perfect throw. 1 hopper. Infante forgot one thing: to catch the ball. They would have had him. He had more time.
Now, if Eaton had gone for third after that play, he would have been out by a mile.
Pretty good chance of it. Dyson got to it quickly.
And now Eaton at second base trying to distract Hendricks, and there's ball 1 to Alexei Ramirez, who had 2 hits and a run scored last night. Left field, and Alex had to go into emergency mode at the end there, thinking about making the play, and then had to handle a very difficult short hop. And here come the White Sox with runners at the corners and nobody out.
And Alexei Ramirez continues to rake here at the K. 357 average with 6 runs scored in 7 games this season. Short, compact swing, had some sink to it. Alex, man, he thought about coming in on it, then he just laid back and caught it on the short hop. Trouble already.
So a high stress inning right away for Liam Hendricks. Took the loss on Thursday against Boston. No runs allowed in the first inning, an unearned run in the second. And then, as he put it, he started aiming the ball. He lost his tempo in the third. He walked 2 and hit a batter. A couple of runs scored and did not make it through the third inning. And now here he is, confronted with runners at first and third, nobody out, and Jose Abreu at the plate. At the knees over the outside, 0-1.
I think Liam would gladly get him to hit into a ground ball double play and let him have that run here in the first.
2 hits last night for Abreu, and he struck out twice. One and one.
Alexei Ramirez has 20 stolen bases. That's the most on the team. You wonder if he'll go, maybe possibly to stay out of a double play. However, with the power potential of Abreu, sometimes you don't even want to take a chance of getting thrown out with this guy's bat and the damage he can do with one swing.
And there's a ground ball to short. Safe at first, so no double play. And for Abreu, and he didn't even do it with a base hit. That's just his 3rd RBI against the Royals this year.
Two hopper, 2 high bounces. Escobar looked like he couldn't quite get it out of his glove. Initially, it took him a little bit of time to make the transfer, and sometimes that makes the difference.
Connor Gillespie with a runner at first and 1 out. And Hendricks is on target. Gillespie drove in 1 of the runs last night. He was 1 for 4. Hit hard and foul into the crowd off the right field line. 0-2.
How about this? 52-24, team record when they haven't aired. That's good. Keep it that way. Airtight defense, you catch the ball, that's how you win. Keep it simple. Make the plays you should. Spectacular plays come natural for athletes, and that's what Ned Yost has out there. A bunch of athletes that really have great running speed in the outfield, good range in the infield.
One and two on Gillespie.
Glad to see that right there. Back him off the plate. Don't let him to be too comfortable in there. Come back here with a changeup or an off-speed pitch away and see if you can get him to roll over the top of it. Turn two. I think Infante's kicking himself right now. He's out there kicking the dirt around a little bit. He's still thinking about that play there he had. He had him out by 5 feet. And sometimes when you're a second baseman and you don't see the runner and you're looking for the ball, you think that he's going to get there quicker. Instead of catching that ball and putting the tag on him, they wouldn't have a run. There it is.
Another chance. And this time the Royals get the double play. So all things considered, Hendricks does a good job after the White Sox had first and third and nobody out, allowing just the one run.
He's right away working Hendricks. Talking to him about, look, come inside just like you did on Danks. That sets up that ground ball double play. Excuse me, on Gillespie. Backed him off the plate, executed the double play nicely. Dave Island, he's not afraid to share his thoughts.
Royals lineup presented by your Midwest Ford dealers. Nori Aoki back in there as the designated hitter. Mike Moustakas back at third. He was not in the starting lineup last night. And Gerard Dyson is in center field. All to face for the first time 25-year-old right-hander Chris Bassett.
Well, what the Royals are going to be seeing from this young right-hander, 6'5", 205. He's got long legs and arms, so he's going to fling that ball. He's got some deception a little bit with the arms and legs. His pitches are, he's going to got a fastball. He'll cut his fastball and sink it. Works at 3 different pitches off of that fastball. 90 to 93. Maybe we'll see a 94. Slider, curve, and a change. So he's got all 4. And he's going to use 2 different speeds to his curveball. That's going to be his put-away pitch. One's a little tighter, one's a little slower. He kind of throws up there. He also has a little high front arm. As you watch him, he takes his glove out. See how that glove flings out there? Sometimes that can add some deception. And when you're a long-limbed pitcher, that's what you use. Anything to get that hitter's attention off you. See how he flings that glove out there like that.
Hit well to right field as Garcia fades back and makes the play on Escobar.
Okay, now watch plenty of video on this young man that the Royals hitters have. You see how he takes the step, comes up, here comes that fling of the arm, got a long backswing with his right arm, and he whips it in there, sinks the ball and cuts it.
Nori Aoki with one out. He had a perfect night last night. 4 for 4 with a walk.
Ned continuing to stay with the speed lineup. The Rabbits at the top, all top 3 hitters. Now, Lorenzo Cain, not necessarily a number 3 hitter in the major leagues, but Ned staying with that approach to attack, get on base, and steal. Dyson down at the bottom. They got speed all throughout that lineup.
2-1 on Aoki. That was his first 4-hit game as a Royal and the 3rd of his career, with 2 of the most creative, unique swings on infield hits I've ever seen.
Well, the guys in the truck that help us produce each game came up with a term for Aoki. It's in between a bunt and a swing. They're calling it a bing. He binged it. So a combination of a bunt and a swing. There it is. He has bat control, obviously. Didn't really try to do that. I'm with Ned in saying that there's a lot of luck involved with that, no question. But to stay on top of the ball when you have speed is a beautiful thing.
Slaps it the other way. Ramirez has to throw quickly and gets Aoki for the first out.
White Sox on defense, they've been having their troubles this year, obviously, catching that ball. But they can throw that ball when they get it. 15 combined outfield assists. Viciedo, you hit any fly balls out there, especially close to that wall, he's a little bit nervous about running into walls. Ventura has had to really work hard with the defenders out there this year for him. Trying to find the right guys in the right spot.
Lorenzo Cain with the game-winning hit last night, and the game before that he was at the plate representing the tying run in the bottom of the 9th inning on Sunday against Boston, and did not come through then, but did last night. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Pretty good chance we witnessed that win last night in that fashion. They will never see another win like that again. With speed, 2 balls hit, not out of the infield. Talking with everyone I could ask today, including Hawk Harrelson, who's been around the game a long time. No one's ever seen a game like that, finish like that with the speed and the way it happened. Truly a historical game.
It was, probably not the first time most of us had seen somebody score from second base on a wild pitch, or somebody score from second on an infield single that was not fielded cleanly. But to see both in the same inning, that's what made it so rare. Chris Bassett hits the Royals 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 1st inning as Terrence Gore gets those legs ready for later in the game. last night, scoring from second base on the infield single to win it in the bottom of the 9th inning. Our sprint question of the night. Didn't take him very long to be part of a very intriguing question. The fastest Royal of all time. How about that? Bo Jackson and Willie Wilson, but maybe more Bo than Willie. Willie was a leadoff guy, center fielder, and had that speed role, big stolen bases. But I think Bo, because he was so big, maybe didn't look as fast. But when you talk to guys like Art Stewart and scouts of that era, said he has just as fast a time up the first base line as anybody in the game.
That's right. And considering the size of Willie Wilson and Bo Jackson, those guys are big human beings, big, strong athletes. Now, these guys are more of a prototypical type base stealer, runner, you know, smaller, quick speed, you know, very quick, kind of like a Tim Raines. Although Raines had Bo Jackson thighs, he was a powerful, you know, could have been a running back in the NFL like Bo. Fast, top speed in 2 steps. Game changers. That's a tough question. I think that's all for the fans. Now, I was fortunate enough to play with Bo Jackson in '94 with the Angels. His last year that he played Major League Baseball, and he had an artificial hip. He still could run, but when he went to slow down, he would have a little gait. He had a little limp to it. So he still was a runner, but nothing like he was when you guys saw him.
Look at Escobar. Man, what a scoop. That play is not as easy as he made it look.
No, and on a guy that can run well like Garcia, even though he's a big guy, he can run as well too. You got to come get it. Come and get it. He knew that. So then you just got to use your judgment with your soft hands and your eyes and just pick it. Throw off balance on that right foot. Very agile. Beautiful to watch him.
Sure looks easy in super slow motion.
It does. It's beautiful.
Now, the key to that play is that when he swiped his glove at the ball, that he went toward first base as opposed to pulling the glove up.
Right, you go to it. You go to it and through the ball. That's
like
exactly
a first baseman, right?
You go through the ball. Instead of coming up, he goes forward, and then he's able to get it to his throwing hand, and you don't necessarily have to find the grip on a throw that short. Just get it and get rid of it.
That was Andy Wilkins, by the way. We'll see him later. 3 pitches and he strikes out. The White Sox have the 2nd most strikeouts in the American League as a team, and Wilkins may have gotten the rookie strike zone.
Hey, I'm glad to see Scott Berry call that pitch. That's throwback, man. That's just above the belt.
Now Viciedo pokes it into right center field, and he's on with 2 down. Final game of the series is tomorrow night, and it's our final student night and local music showcase presented by Inc. Magazine. To show your student ID at the box office to get an $8 ticket, and make sure to get here early for food and drink specials and live local music in the outfield experience. And tomorrow, student night features the music of Grizzly Hand. Carlos Sanchez singles to center, and now a throw back to second, and Viciedo is out.
Thank you very much. Viciedo, he thought about going to third and had no business going to third.
He is going to use his challenge.
Yeah,
and
VCA,
just looking at the replays we saw, of course, we're a long way away from second base, but he did a fancy little dance around that tag.
he did. He knew he was in trouble. He overcommitted. And that's what you make up your mind usually a step or two before you get to the base. And he thought that he was going to go for 3, and then he locked on the brakes and remembered the report they had on Gerard Dyson with a strong throwing arm. He didn't want to make the last out at third. So he was able to get back. Escobar, I don't know if he got the tag on his chest in time before his right hand got on the base. But Escobar, he kind of stumbled, and he was going to try to touch the front of the base to get him, but I'm not sure. Looked like he might have been safe. Watch his right hand. And right there, he's on the base, and there's the tag. So we'll see. Second base umpire was right on top of it. Jeff Nelson, he was standing right over it.
Contact with the base.
Now, does he have his left? He's got his hand right there. Oh, I didn't see that. He's tagged his left hand, Escobar.
Is he making contact with his hand?
Yes, right there with his left hand. You see him tagging him up on the wristband right there, or on his taped wrist.
I don't know.
It looked like he tagged him on his hand there. I didn't see it again until that second replay. Sometimes maybe that's why it takes a little bit longer than other calls. You got to check out all the angles.
When they call him out, it was almost like a puzzle. If you wanted to take pieces from each replay, you could have made a case for the White Sox, but there wasn't one continuous replay that showed that Vicieda was safe. So he's out. Kansas City area who served in our military, and most of the time, just like tonight, getting a standing ovation. Remember to tweet your photo using hashtag KCFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown during an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T, so send it in for tonight. Robin Ventura has lost his challenge. And we're only in the bottom of the second inning.
Maybe his replay guy is not as good as ours. It's down there looking at all the screens. Billy Duplessis is outstanding. for Ned Yost.
Gordon, Perez, and Hosmer in the bottom of the second. A little bit inside, 2-0 on Alex. He was 1 for 4 with a stolen base and an RBI last night. Drove in the run in the 8th inning. Royals with 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th, and 2 in the 9th. That'll be out of play, 2-1.
To give you an idea about how good Billy Duplessis has been in that dugout for Ned Yost down underneath the clubhouse, they've gotten 21 of 33 correct calls.
And you really have to look closer at that number because some of those were a calculated gamble. 6th inning. Might as well use it. Maybe somebody in New York sees something, knowing that you can always ask the umpires to take a look at it from the 7th inning or later. 3-2. Laz Diaz, third base umpire. Speaking of men who served our country, we have 2 former Marines on this umpiring crew, and they're on the corners. Laz Diaz at third and Mark Carlson at first.
Alex is getting his money's worth here, and that's what you want to do when you face a guy you've never seen before. Bassett was called up from Double-A. More pitches you can see, the more patterns you can get on him. It's right around the plate, doesn't walk a lot, although this year in just 13 1/3 he's walked 7. Ooh.
You don't see Alex turn to the umpire and shake his head very often. But I think we have learned tonight that borderline calls in Scott Berry's mind are going to go the pitcher's way.
You got to be swinging. It's a little bit of movement in on that little 2-seamer. I watched Salvador today in batting practice, and he was really hitting that ball to the opposite field. Let's see if he can find that stroke when at real speed. There's his curve. He's got a couple of different speeds to his curveball. I told you that earlier.
Oh for 4 last night with a couple of strikeouts. 2 balls and no strikes. Making his 132nd start as a catcher this year. So now he's 9 away from the Royals record in a single season. Darrell Porter did that twice. 141 starts at catcher. That'll land in the crowd, and it's 2-1.
Entering 2013, Salvador Perez had no more than 38 strikeouts in any season in his minor leagues before 2013. He had 63 strikeouts in 13 and 496 at bats. He had 74 so far this year. So it tells me he's swinging at a lot of pitches like that. He's trying to pull the ball. Most of the season, Ned has had him in that 4 spot. Now he's in the 5th spot tonight, but it's just been a little too aggressive this season. Not utilizing right center.
Full count.
Seven of Salvi's first 15 home runs went to right or right center in his career in the big leagues. Hey, there's a walk. There you go.
It's only his 3rd walk since the All-Star break.
Wow.
Fox Sports Kansas City welcomes the Blues to Sprint Center, as in the NHL Blues, as they take on the Dallas Stars. So the Blues on ice here in Kansas City. And remember, games are on Fox Sports Kansas City all season long. You can buy tickets to see them live at Sprint Center. SprintCenter.com, or visit STOBlues.com for Blues ticket options. And there's the biggest hockey fan at Kauffman Stadium, Denny Matthews, who will be working for the Royals that night. If not, there is no doubt in my mind he'd be at that Blues Stars game.
He's got some fall colors working.
You can see the writing on the wall behind Denny. That is an autograph from Cal Ripken Jr. Fouled away by Hosmer. 0-2. When Cal Ripken Jr. was here, he spent some time with us, and then he went over to radio and he was talking to Denny, and you can see the hole above Denny's chair and under the writing. That was a foul ball from Alex Gordon that went right over Denny's shoulder. It almost hit Cal, it almost hit Denny, and it says Gordon's foul ball, I think something along the lines that almost killed me, Cal Ripken Jr. And the hole is still in the wall.
You can't hurt the Iron Man.
We don't have high definition up here like you do in your living room, so sometimes you can read it better than we can. Okay, Gordon's foul ball, and there's the date.
28th of June looks like, huh?
Almost got me. So it wasn't as graphic as I put it. Slap past Gillespie. Perez will stop at second base. So Eric Hosmer avoiding the strikeout, just putting bat on ball with 2 strikes, and he's on with a single.
Yeah, that's shortening it up. That's a nice little 2-strike approach. They're trying to come in on him. That ball stayed out of the plate. He just abbreviated his swing. Wow, maybe he's taking a page from Aoki. Tough play, tough chance. That ball takes a hop right in front of you, about 5 feet in front of you on the line like that. That's a do or die glove position there. Hosmer will be rewarded with a single. Not quite a Bing, but he controlled his bat.
But closely related to the Bing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the Bing family tree.
That's right. It's taken us all year to come up with one word to describe Aoki's bunting skills and his swinging skills.
Two on, 1 out to Omar Infante. 1 for 4 with an RBI last night. Breaking ball is low, ball 1. With 1 out, Perez walked, Hosmer singled. Two-0.
Fonte 272 with a runner in scoring position this season. Pretty reliable. Short, compact stroke. Go Royals.
Moustakas is on deck.
Showing some plate discipline. First time through the order. Good idea. See as many pitches as you can. Would be surprised if he swung 3-0 here. Get him in trouble. Take a couple.
4-pitch walk. 2 walks in the inning. And they're loaded up for Moustakas. And Bassett will have a chat with his pitching coach before facing the next hitter. All right, so how closely related was Hosmer's swing to the Bing?
Okay, let's check it out. Okay, this is Aoki's swing from the 9th inning last night. See how he waits late. Ball's a little bit out over the plate. You see Aoki's leaning back a little bit towards first base. Hosmer's going with it. He's staying his upper body. You can see how he's reaching out. But both swings to the opposite field, you have to be able to wait long enough till the ball gets deep to the catcher's glove, but then just abbreviate your stroke and guide it in there. That's what they did.
And both had that swordsman-like follow-through.
Yep.
You know, holding the bat in the air like a sword.
Finishing high.
Knight.
Hitters call that sticking the ball, sticking it and staying with it. And then a nice little high follow-through.
Mike Moustakas with a season-high .212 average. He got that rally going in the 9th inning last night with a 1-out double. Slow curveball is in for a strike. Moustakas has hit in 5 straight and 9 of his last 10.
See that this season with him loaded up, that was a double. That 1 for 5. Got to get a run home here. Put the ball in play.
And like a lot of young pitchers, and for Bassett, this is just his 4th major league start. He will struggle with runners in scoring position. And in a small sample size, opponents are hitting .333 against him with runners in scoring position, and they're 2 for 3 against him with the bases loaded. All good numbers for the Royals. Off speed again, and it's 1-2.
Right swing though. That swing, he stayed level with it. Looked like he was trying to hit the ball to left field. Maybe last night's base hit, he got down that line late, can stay in the mind of him, and he can shorten up that swing. Anything middle away, go with it. Avisail Garcia really in right field, playing him tight to the line. They're expecting Moose to pull it. Just any kind of contact on the ground will get a run home. Tie it up.
Tied him up 94 miles an hour, 1-2.
Every time a hitter comes to the plate, there's a situation. And this one here with the bases loaded, now that he's down 1-2, he's going to have to shorten up his swing. And you'll react naturally if you see a cookie. You'll go ahead and let your eyes tell your hands that's my pitch. But in the meantime, you got to fight him off. You got to really compete here. Whatever it takes, get that run home.
Line to right field. He got a hanging breaking ball. 1 run home. Here's Hosmer to the plate, and Hosmer is out. So the Royals tie the game. And now the White Sox get the 2nd out of the inning.
Well, Mike Jersley, third base coach, he took a chance there. Hosmer didn't get a great break on contact. He had to hesitate with the line drive. Wasn't sure from that angle where he is in second if that ball wasn't going to be caught. So he didn't get a great jump, but Jersley took a chance. And he got him thrown out. That's the way to come through. Perfect throw. 4th outfield assist from Garcia. Very good athlete in right. Perfect throw on the third base side of the plate.
First and second, 2 down to Dyson. Ramirez makes the play, and that's the inning. So the Royals tie the game. They also have the bases loaded with 1 out. Moustakas gets his first RBI in 10 days, and we're tied at 1. Panera Bread, a new location, is opening September 20th at College and King in Overland Park. And by your Midwest Ford dealer. Visit yourmidwestforddealers.com. 1-1 tie, and both pitchers have worked out of trouble. Liam Hendricks facing first and third and nobody out, in Jose Abreu at the plate. Only allowed 1 run. And then Chris Bassett, as the Royals had the bases loaded and 1 out in the second inning, gave up just 1 run. As Josh Phegley leads off, White Sox catcher tonight.
Hey, Liam Hendricks better start mixing up some first pitches, because obviously their offense is sitting on that first pitch, and they all know that Hendricks is a strike thrower. And what happens is that most strike throwers like to get strike 1. Obviously every pitcher does, but you got to be able to do it with different pitches. You can't just throw that cookie in there. They're on it. Start mixing them.
No swing. First base umpire is Mark Carlson. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's a good sign for Hendricks. Strike thrower, not a strikeout pitcher, so he needs to be pitching ahead in the count. And he's thrown strike 1 to 8 of the 9 hitters. And now he's 1-2 against Phegley.
It's a nice little spinner there. Looked like a little slider. Good location down.
Two and 2. Hendricks with very good control, and as a Royal he has walked 2 in 15 1/3 innings, and he doesn't want to walk this guy, number 9 hitter, who's just 0 for 11 at the big league level with the top of the order coming up.
He had a good season in AAA, Phegley. Ranked 2nd in the International League in extra base hits, 2nd in home runs with 23. Got some pop.
Strikes him out. Number 2 for Hendricks.
That's what Dave Eiland says, trust your stuff. That's a good 2-seam fastball. Kept it in a good spot. If a hitter's going to hit that, he'll hit the top half of it and hopefully at somebody, but that's a really good spot. Trust it, throw it. Don't aim it like he said he was doing in his last outing, and that gets you into trouble. Start guiding it in there and you make mistakes. It's a huge start for Hendricks.
Strike to Adam Eaton. He's opened both games with a base hit and a run scored. Tonight it was a double on an 0-2 pitch, and then Abreu got him home with a ground out. Oh, and 2. You're talking about Hendricks aiming the ball, and you and I were talking to Ned Yost about what exactly that means. I mean, you figure a pitcher with good control should have good aim. And Ned, of course, is an avid hunter, and we have a lot of viewers of Fox Sports Kansas City, avid hunters, and you can't be a good hunter unless you have good aim. But in baseball language, aiming the ball is not a good thing. 2 and 2 on Eaton.
Yeah, it's because you try to so hard to put it where you want it, and you end up making mistakes. That plate, it's not very big. Instead of throwing it, just trust it.
Ned was talking about how good control is really the result of good mechanics. Got your body lined up, you got the right release, the right angle to the plate, and then you cut it loose. Whereas aiming implies that the pitcher is aiming with his arm and therefore losing a little bit of effectiveness. He's He's trying to guide it to a certain part of the plate as opposed to driving it through a certain part of the plate.
There's an art to it, there's no question. But Hendricks, he almost looks like he short arms it up there. He's sneaky quick. He doesn't have a long arm stroke. Ball gets on the hitters pretty quickly, and also has a little downhill playing angle.
Three and two with Ramirez next. Hendricks has gone to 3-2 with the first two hitters in the inning.
Draw Dyson, center fielder. He's over in left center and in, because that's where Eaton's been trying to place that ball.
And he pulls it this time.
Jeez.
So the Royals weren't expecting that. And now the ball caroms past Kane, and Eaton's going to keep on running.
Lorenzo Cain wasn't expecting that kind of bounce off the wall either.
How could you?
Yeah. Adam Eaton, man, that guy, he is a pest. Pesky hitter. It's out over the middle. It was up. Big league hitter's not going to miss it. Now it hits on the fly, the base of the wall. That's the only concrete that is out there, right at the very bottom and underneath the padding.
And now the Royals will bring the infield in for Alexei Ramirez.
That's the 9th triple from that guy.
In the air to Kane, who's trying to get behind it. Here comes Eaton. Here's Kane's throw, and Eaton is safe. So he has scored both runs, and the White Sox regain the lead.
Every outfielder wants to try to get behind the ball and make the catch coming in. Therefore, you have momentum. See, he had to back up a little bit, trying to place himself. Still, it wasn't ideal for him. He's got a good throwing arm, but got to make sure if you have any attempt at all to put that ball on the third base side of the plate.
Abreu is jammed and fouls it away. 0-1. Jose Abreu, who is an MVP candidate, most likely won't win it because his team is not in contention. He is the runaway rookie of the year. 322, bottom line there on your screen. 35 home runs, 103 RBIs. That's all together. Moustakas bobbles, and Abreu is safe. Against the Royals, Abreu hits under 230 with no home runs and 3 RBIs. That's an error on Moustakas.
17th. Ball hopped up on him. Just couldn't stay with it.
You see Abreu shaking his head. He's having a tough time figuring out Royals pitching this year.
And I think one of the reasons he's shaking his head is saying, man, I can't believe they didn't give me a hit on that. Every hitter thinks that,
though. Gillespie grounded into an inning-ending double play in the first inning. Hendricks continues to throw strikes, and it's 0-2. Connor Gillespie, not Adam Dunn, batting fourth for the White Sox. Adam Dunn now with the Oakland A's, trying to get to the postseason for the first time in his career, and he's announced this will be the last year of his career. Now 12 of 13 White Sox hitters have seen a first pitch strike. Got him with a fastball up. Hendricks strikes out 2 in the inning. Royals had some bad luck on that bounce in the right field corner, and the White Sox turned that into a run. The city's McCown Gordon Construction have made charitable giving, a cornerstone of their corporate philosophy. Philanthropist, devoting no less than 10% of their after-tax profits to local charities. They have helped numerous causes, including health, children, arts, and sustainability. And today they kicked off their 15 Days of Giving campaign, in which they will support 15 different organizations with volunteering projects and provide a total of $15,000. Sitting in the Buck O'Neil Legacy seats at tonight's game.
Big-hearted people get to sit in that seat.
Escobar lined out to right in the first inning. Game number 151 for the Royals tonight, and start number 151 for Alcides Escobar. Can't think of a scenario, especially with an off day the day after tomorrow, where he would not be in the lineup. It may happen. So he may play in all 162, and the last time a major league shortstop did that was 7 years ago. Jimmy Rollins of the Phillies. The Royals record for starts in a season at shortstop was 9 years ago. Angel Baroa started in 159 games.
There's a lot to being reliable. Managers love that. They can come to the ballpark, they already know he's going to be in there. It's good for the player and the manager, especially a player of Escobar's talent.
Three and two. Aoki next, followed by Kane. Royals, thanks to a couple of walks last inning, had the bases loaded with one out. Mike Moustakas drove in a run, which tied the game very briefly, but that's all that Bassett allowed. And a leadoff walk. Escobar was hitless last night, but he did reach with a walk, and now walks in back-to-back games, and an important one here as it begins the inning. And that's 3 given up by Bassett. Nori Aoki comes up, and we go to Joel.
Ryan, you guys covered those hits from last night. I had a chance to talk to Nori today. I said, have you ever had hits quite like that before? And he said, well, never twice in one game. That is a little bit on the rare side. But he said in both cases, he was really just trying to check his swing, and the ball found the bat. Sometimes you have days like that. I said, well, how about tonight? You're the DH. And he said, hey, I'd love to hit 4 home runs. And if I have a chance to drive guys in, I'll do that. But my job on this team is to get on base. And I did ask him at one point through his translator, too. So you weren't trying to do that last night with those unique hits? And his translator, Kosuke Inaji, says, oh, no, I was trying to do that. And then Nori jumps in. No, I'm just kidding. It was just a little bit lucky, but he says he'll take it any way he can get it.
Well, I thought it was exactly the way you just described it, Joe. I mean, when I first saw it, I thought that looks like a check swing where he made contact, but the final result both times, and now watching it a second time, there's an element of surprise. I mean, he hesitates before making contact, but when he does it twice in one game, and some of the swings we've seen this year, well, maybe he was doing it on purpose, but apparently not.
You know, in the 8 years he had in Japan, I can tell you from having played there, every pitcher over there has a split finger, and those pitches go away and down, and they're used to falling out and trying to slap that ball to left field. So that's where he developed that technique. Ichiro Suzuki, which could be the first Japanese-born Hall of Famer in America, he had the similar swings and going away. And I asked him before the game if that was why he swings like that here, and he said, yes, obviously, because, you know, 8 years he was a 3-time batting champ. And he had, 500 at-bats most every one of those years. So that's a lot of Japanese pitching. And believe me, he developed that type of swing there. But he has shown when the second half they started pounding him in, he does pull the ball. Now, that would be a real nice play here if he can get the bat head out. Garcia's playing him in right center.
Escobar runs. Royals trying to hit and run. And with half a bat, Aoki gets it out into right center field to put runners at the corners with nobody out.
Another nice combination that Ned likes at the top of the order. Guys that can run, guys that can execute. Aoki, he's a contact guy. You want this ball on the ground, but it was able to be up as he sawed him off. It was up, and Escobar was able to read it with no problem. That's what a hit run's designed to do.
But that's just the way the Royals are going right now. Hit and run, you hit the ball in the air, and you end up with a broken bad base hit.
That's right. They'll take it. Any kind of good fortune. And they can build off of last night's win, believe me. The way they won that game. They're in it. Good opportunity for Lorenzo Cain to get something done here. He's got a nice average with .319, knocking those runners in when they're in scoring position. The infield of the White Sox there at double play depth. They're going to try to turn two, unless the ball's hit soft. Aoki has 15 steals this year. He's been caught 7 times. White Sox second baseman Sanchez playing him up the middle, so there's a big hole on the right side of the infield.
Begley concerned as Bassett is slowly digging himself into a big hole. He's behind 2-0 with runners at first and third and nobody out. Minnesota has just taken the lead in the bottom of the 4th inning. Kurt Suzuki drives in a run.
It's got to be up. It's got to be your pitch here. Get one airborne.
3 balls and no strikes.
Now 3-0, if he's taken, it'd be nice to see him just stand there and watch the pitch instead of faking a bunt, trying to distract the pitcher. Watch that ball all the way into the catcher's glove if you know you're taking 3-0 here. There you go.
4 walks given up by Bassett. 2 more in this inning. Second time he's walked a hitter on 4 straight pitches. And now they're loaded up with nobody out. And another trip to the mound from White Sox pitching coach Don Cooper. Now, Cooper came out last inning when the bases were loaded with 1 out and gave Bassett some moral support, gave him a game plan, and the White Sox only allowed 1 run in that inning. Royals as a team have the fewest walks in the major leagues, but they had 6 in last night's game. They've got 4 already tonight. They had 4 in the game on Sunday. Really not numbers that are going to knock your eyes out, but for the Royals, that's a good number when you've had the fewest walks in the major leagues.
It is. Glad to see him being a little more selective for sure. Get him in trouble here now. Donnie Cooper's probably telling him to keep the ball down whatever you do, but if you keep the ball down and into Alex, that's his wheelhouse. He's looking to drive that bus, no question about it. Got a couple of slams in his career, but how about just a lousy single?
Daniel Webb warms up in the White Sox bullpen. Slider over the inside, strike 1. Alex struck out looking in the second inning. That's Bassett's only strikeout tonight. Got him with a fastball over the inside edge, borderline pitch. Grounded into right center field. That'll get 2 to the plate. Escobar and Aoki come home on a 2-run single for Alex Gordon, and the Royals lead 3-2.
There's that lousy single. He'll take it. Robin Ventura saying, man, am I going to have to go to my bullpen this early? Alex waited him out. That ball stayed on the inner half. He kept the ball down. If his pitching coach Donnie Cooper told him that, but inside Alex is ready. Kept his hands in. Guided it right back up the middle. See if we can get some more frenzy hitting going here in this inning. Royals have been known to score their runs in bunches, and they have heavy runs in one inning lots of times this year, a lot of them.
Salvador Perez took a rare walk with 1 out in the second inning and scored the Royals' first run. Curveball down and away, ball 1. Got the call. A low strike. 1-1 on Sal.
Talked about it last time up as we see this last pitch. Low strikes, and Salvi can hit that. We've seen him swinging a lot of those. 7 of his first 15 home runs in the big leagues were to right or right center. Last 28 home runs have been to left, left center, or center. So he's been trying to pull a lot.
And that's a pitch he probably shouldn't be swinging at.
Salvi had to ask home plate umpire if that ball was inside. Ball almost hit his hands.
Fegley to the screen, and it lands on the other side.
After that high and tight fastball, he came back with a slow curve and got Salvi out in front.
Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. This will be the 60th pitch thrown by Bassett, and that's in 2 innings plus 5 batters. And Webb is ready to go, just waiting for the call from the bullpen. Kane back in time as Sanchez made a move to second base. And that's about how close Webb might be to coming into this game. This time Fegley has a play, and he brings it down for the first out. So Bassett again in damage control mode. 2 in, and now 2 on with 1 out to Hosmer, who was down 0-2 in the second inning and slapped a base hit to left field. And then later in the inning was thrown out at the plate by the right fielder Garcia. Kane at second, Gordon at first. Alex has driven in both runs with a single, got Escobar and Aoki to the plate. Look at that little guy. That's his got to be his first Royals game.
There you go.
Maybe not. Maybe it's his 20th. Who knows?
Oh, he's a beauty.
Inside to Hosmer, ball 1.
The Royals are really feeling good off of Bassett. They're taking pitches. This is actually making them better. This is something the Royals down the stretch here, the final stretch, really want to concentrate on. It's just their pitch, and don't swing if it's not there. It's going to get that pitcher in trouble, and they're going to have more success.
2-0 to Hosmer. Two and one. I mentioned the walks last night, and the Royals were able to get 6 walks from the White Sox, and they got 4 against John Danks. Now, they didn't score any runs against Danks. They only got 2 hits against Danks, but they had some longer plate appearances. So while Dale Swaim's hitters didn't do a whole lot against Danks, they drove up his pitch count, and for a guy pitching like that, he should have gone deeper into the game. The way he was mowing down the hitters when he was throwing strikes. 6 innings was a short outing, and because of that, the Royals got into the bullpen earlier and scored against every reliever. That pitch had good life to it. 2-2 to Hosmer.
There's no way he's coming back with that one. That was a mistake out over the plate. Haas looked like it caught him. Maybe he was thinking breaking ball.
Even with that movement, you think that was a mistake?
Oh, it was a good pitch. We've seen Hosmer do a lot of damage to pitches up like that in the zone. But he flips him a curve here.
Like a hard slider, so he was going breaking ball, and it's still 2 balls, 2 strikes. One out, bottom of the 3rd inning, but Bassett must feel like it's the bottom of the 8th. He did get the Royals in order in the 1st inning, but he faced 6 in a stressful 2nd inning, and this is his 6th batter in the 3rd.
Bassett shook 4 times and went into his glove with his changeup grip, and that's what he threw. Remember, he's just a Double-A kid, up from Double-A. Doesn't have a lot of experience, and he's trying to find that grip in that glove, and he opens that glove wide open like that to put those 3 fingers in there. Hitters can read that. He hasn't been around long enough to learn some of those tricks of the trade, how to deceive the hitter with your glove. He's divided his focus. A little bit worried about Lorenzo Cain. Better worry about that hitter.
Another foul ball. And we're stuck on 2 balls, 2 strikes. Escobar walked. Aoki on a hit and run had a broken bat single. Cain walked, and then Alex Gordon drove in 2 with a single. White Sox have led 1-0 and 2-1, and now the Royals lead for the first time tonight.
Hosmer really competing. He's focused, and he wants to get that run home. Anything close, that's what you want to do. Anything close, you got to be up there battling. He tried to stay down and get that. 283 average with runners in scoring position. Hendricks looking for some more run support.
Six foul balls. It's now a 30-pitch inning for Bassett. 6 foul balls against Hosmer. $18 foul balls for the Royals tonight, driving up Bassett's pitch count, and this will be pitch number 70. And there's only 1 out in the 3rd inning. Close, and he got a call similar to that one against Gordon. And now full count.
You know, he's trying to tie Hosmer up by looking at our Fox Tracks grid. All those pitches inside.
Rope to center field, but Eaton is there. The ball had just enough topspin on it. Cain read it well, so he tags and goes to 3rd, and there are 2 outs. And the teammates appreciate the effort and the line drive. Hosmer gets a hero's welcome back in the Royals dugout. Took 11 pitches to get a decision with Hosmer.
All you try to do is square the ball up, and that's not easy. He was ready. He catches that ball a 1/4 of an inch lower, and that ball's in the gap and off the wall.
Like the line from the great slugger Dick Allen, who used to say, "It's my job to hit the ball hard. It's up to God after that."
It's a lot of luck involved, no doubt.
Outside to Infante with the 33rd pitch of the inning. Infante took a 4-pitch walk in the 2nd. 1-1. Infante's walk was his 27th of the year, which is a low number for this time of year. But that's the highest of the Infante, Escobar, and Perez trifecta, if you will. When was the last time those three had a walk in the same game? 35 pitches now for Bassett and 2-1 on Infante.
I couldn't tell you that, but I like the fact that they're being a little bit more selective. Now Haas, he swung at several pitches that could have been ball 4, but he ended up squaring one up. Robin Ventura, he was a really good hitter in his day. He had 18 grand slams. That's the most in his era when he played.
No matter what happens here with Infante, at 75 pitches for Bassett in 3 innings. If he gets Infante, if Infante gets him, this is, and especially with Moustakas on deck, who already has an RBI single against him, this is most likely the last batter he will face tonight. Full count. Robin Ventura giving Jose Abreu the first baseman instructions. Abreu wondering if he should hold Alex Gordon at first base. Robin Ventura told him to back off, but of course the first baseman has to let the pitcher know so he doesn't turn and fire one over to the tarp. Alex runs and Infante swings and misses and strikes out. So the Royals take the lead, but the White Sox have to feel somewhat satisfied with Bassett's damage control as the Royals get 2 in the bottom of the 3rd. Not a game to go. We're just in the top of the 4th inning. The White Sox coming up against Liam Hendricks. Join us for the final Buck night of the season. That's Friday with the Tigers in town for that great 3-game series, and be one of the first 20,000 fans and you receive special edition Thunder Sticks courtesy of DraftKings. Then as an added bonus, make sure you've got your dollar bills ready for hot dogs, peanuts, and small Pepsi products, $1 each. We're also going to have a special pregame autograph session featuring current Royals minor league players. So Buck Night, Thunder Sticks, and Futures Night coming up on Friday.
Yeah, they had a picture there of the Thunder Stick, and you know it's probably about 3 feet long. blow them up. You get two of them, you clap them together and make some noise, and could be an interesting scene here on Friday night. Tigers in. It's gonna be a different look for the K, I can tell you.
Garcia, that was a tough pitch. That was in on him, and he muscles it into center field for a leadoff single.
White Sox being aggressive. That's staying inside the baseball there as a hitter, pulling your hands in. Big strong guy like that, anything he jams and gets out there, it's going to fall in front of the outfielder. They're being aggressive.
Close, very close, and Garcia just back in time. This is Andy Wilkins out of the University of Arkansas. He struck out on 3 pitches in the second inning, struck out looking on a high strike, if it was a strike. Garcia was running, and Wilkins fouls it away. Looked like a hit and run.
Wilkins, big, strong power hitter.
Born in Tulsa, grew up in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, which is about 260 miles south of Kansas City.
He's DHing tonight, but his position is third base, and he needs a lot of work at third to be a big league third baseman. And he plays first base as well, but not here with the White Sox, with Abreu. So they're hoping this guy could maybe fit in their DH role here in the future.
Two and one on Wilkins.
Wilkins had 38 doubles, 30 homers, and 85 RBIs in Charlotte AAA. He was the International League postseason All-Star team winner.
Speaking of Charlotte, that's where AAA Omaha is right now. And they're playing Pawtucket for the AAA National Championship. And the Storm Chasers lead 2-1. They're in the 5th inning and in a rain delay. Wilkins takes a walk. That is Hendricks' first. So right after the Royals got the lead 3-2, the White Sox have runners at first and second and nobody out. Dave Island out to have a chat. Remember to vote for the Royals Player of the Month at rallyhouse.com/Royals, and you'll be entered to win a majestic prize pack from Rally House. Jason Frazier warming up early in the game, so both teams preparing to go to the bullpen quite early tonight. By the way, speaking of Rally House, while we have a moment, we hope to see you in a couple of days. We'll be at Rally House Kansas Sampler in Oak Park for Gloves for Kids, and remember, for $25 get a chance to get autographs from Royals players and coaches. One session from 5 to 6, the other from 6 to 7, and all proceeds going to the purchase of gloves and other baseball equipment for youth programs in the Kansas City area. So we hope to see you on Thursday. Diane Viciedo, he singled to right center field in the second inning.
He has grounded into 19 double plays this year. That's exactly what Hendricks wants to do. I'm going to make some contact at Escobar, Moose, Infante, either one of them. Hosmer will take one. That's what Dave Island told him, I'm sure, when he went out there to talk to him. He says, hey, look now, Let's not get away from keeping that ball down. Using your two-seamer.
Ball stayed up, and that was ripped into left field. Hit so hard that Garcia has no chance to score. And now here are the White Sox with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Just down the middle. Big hitter like KCA, he's not going to miss that.
Ned Yost is at the steps and chatting with Don Wakamatsu. And Salvador Perez went out to have a word with Hendricks. It gives Frazier a little extra time to warm up. And Hendricks turns away in frustration when he sees Ned Yost coming out of the dugout. He knows what's coming. So Hendricks, who was brilliant in his Royals debut against his original team, Minnesota. Now in his last two starts, he has gone 2 1/3 innings and 3+ innings. And now the Royals make a Chevy call to the bullpen as Frazier inherits the bases loaded with nobody out. Gave up 2 runs last half inning, but finished the inning. Liam Hendricks will not be afforded that luxury. He leaves behind the bases loaded, nobody out. And it's Jason Frazier to come on to face Carlos Sanchez, rookie second baseman, with Garcia at third, Wilkins at second, and Viciedo at first.
Yeah, you can't fault Ned Yost for pulling Hendricks. Hendricks, they've been all over his ball. They've been hitting him hard. See if Frazier can hold it down here. Let's see. Nobody out. Fastball, sliders, occasional changeups.
Sanchez saw 1 pitch from Hendricks in the second inning and singled to center field. And he swings at the first pitch this time up. It was Marcus Semien at second base last night for Chicago, and now Carlos Sanchez tonight with Gordon Beckham, their longtime second baseman, now with the Angels.
Yeah, this man here Sanchez has started 19 of the Sox 23 games since the departure of Beckham, so they like this kid. They got their eyes on him for the future. Switch hitter. Better hitter from the left side.
Skips away from Sal, not far enough for Garcia to come down the line. 1-1. Jason Frazier is from Chicago. He grew up in Oak Forest. That is a southwest suburb and about a half-hour away from Comiskey Park. So he was a Cubs fan on the south side, but used to go to a lot of White Sox games because that stadium was closer. And 3 years ago, he pitched 20 games for the White Sox. Now trying to get him out.
Keep it down, pitch to contact.
2-1.
Sanchez has a very good short swing. Sprays the ball around. Spray type hitter. Good quickness. Pretty good bunter. Ideally, they think he can be a good number 2 hitter in the order because he can do all those little things. Bunts. Hits behind runners.
Lifts it out into center field.
He's going to drive one in there.
2 runners move up, including Garcia, to tie the game. Wilkins goes to third, and Sanchez makes it 3-3.
Like a changeup down. He stayed with it. Sanchez, good bat control.
Joe McEwing, the one-time Royal, now White Sox third base coach, talking scenarios with the runner at third, Wilkins. Joe McEwing seen as a future major league manager, and we knew that when he was a player. And now Josh Phegley looking down at Joe McEwing, who gives the signs to everyone else except for the runner at third, and then goes over and gives him a verbal sign. That's hit well to center field. So the Royals get 2 in the bottom of the third. The White Sox get 2 in the top of the fourth, and Chicago has the lead for the 3rd time tonight. That is the first RBI for Phegley at the major league level this year. And it brings Ned Yost back out of the dugout.
Frazier wanted to keep the ball down on the ground, and he wasn't able to. As the Sox, they knew what the situation was. They were trying to get those sacrifice flies, and they were successful.
Well, let's see if Scott Downs can get Adam Eaton out. First and 2 down. Coming up Saturday, Fan Appreciation Day. The Royals host the Tigers. That's the second game of that series. And remember, your schedule says that's a 6:10 game, but the Royals are going to be on national TV on the Fox network. So the game starts at 12:05 on Saturday. The day will feature games for the fans, giveaways, and great prizes. Plus, the first 10,000 fans get a Royals scarf, courtesy of Academy Sports and Outdoors. And if you want to know the quality of that scarf, we invite you to go to Dave Holtzman's blog, and he will gush all about that Academy Sports scarf. It's a beauty. Runner goes, and the runner is out. Diane Viciedo tried to catch the Royals off guard, and it wasn't even close. So Eaton will lead off the top of the 5th inning.
One pitch, one out. Nice, Salvi. Perfect throw.
Thoroughbred Ford. Check out the huge selection of F-150s at thoroughbredford.com. Well, pardon me. That sure looks like Chris Bassett. I thought the last man he was going to face would be Omar Infante, but he's back out there with 77 pitches in 3 innings. How about that? Alexei Ramirez had something in his eye, and he asked Carlos Sanchez to come over and blow out of his eye. Maybe it was an eyelash or something. And apparently it worked. That wasn't a moth that flew out of his eye when he blew in there, was it?
It looked like he blew him a kiss. You're all better. Now Bassett stays in. Bottom of the 4th inning, Ventura saying, all right, let's go, young man. You got to wear this one.
Mike Moustakas got a hanging breaking ball and single to right in the 2nd inning, driving in Salvador Perez. That tied the game at 1. 4-3, bottom of the 4th. Doesn't look like a wild game, but in some ways it has been. And back and forth. We've only had 2 scoreless half innings. White Sox got a run in the 1st. Royals tied in the 2nd. White Sox regained the lead in the 3rd. The Royals took the lead in the bottom of the 3rd. And the White Sox took the lead for the 3rd time tonight with 2 runs in the 4th. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Moustakas is now hitting a season high .214.
Man, look at where Aviseo Garcia is in this defense here. They are all over Moose to the pull side.
That's the equivalent of football's prevent defense.
No question. I mean, he's probably 10 feet from the warning track. Garcia out there.
Off the knuckles, and Ramirez throws him out. Good pitch by Bassett, getting it in on the handle. Gerard Dyson to the plate with one down, and we go back to Joel.
All right, Ryan, we'll take a look at our Toyota League leaders, and we'll look at some sabermetrics on this one. And as we have learned, there are stats for everything, and I might take a math class sometimes to fully understand them. But this from Fangraphs really measures best base running teams, and the Royals the best in the American League, Nationals best overall, called ultimate base running. And it's really taking into account stolen bases, but also penalizing for caught stealing, taking the extra base, being thrown out on the base paths. And one thing we know about this Royals team is that it's not just the stolen bases, and they have a lot of those guys. But you see so many of these Royals that can take the extra base. And when you look individually on this team, the Royals leader in this stat is Escobar, followed by Kane, Gordon, Dyson, and Aoki. That bunt not quite good enough, but the Royals do have a lot of players that know how and are able to be aggressive on the base paths.
Joel, thank you. As Dyson is out, he's 0 for 2. So not only does Bassett stay in, but he's about to get through the 4th inning. It took him 38 pitches to get through the 3rd, and only 8 pitches to get 2 outs in the 4th.
Dyson, if he bunts that ball anywhere close to the line, he's in. Just bunted it a little bit too close to the pitcher. Abreu coming in, second baseman Sanchez covering.
Escobar is lined to right, walked, and scored a run. And it's 0-2. Into the crowd. And a nice crowd tonight, especially for a Tuesday night with school in session. The lower bowl and the club level pretty well filled up.
I heard from a few fans today that were upset they were here and they left, and they missed the miracle comeback.
Did he get a piece? He did. Yeah, I ran into a few people today who admitted that who were not here last night, but were either watching the game on television or listening on radio, and by the 6th inning they turned it off, went to bed, only to wake up to a shocking development.
Incredible.
One and 2 on Escobar.
One of the things I've noticed tonight is a lot of the hitters that are having black bats. It's the end of the bat where it's cupped, and they hollow that out to balance the head of that bat. It's white, and on a check swing, umpires can see that white. You can see it on your screen here. It's going to fall.
Escobar's on with 2 down. You know, when you said that too, I was also wondering that, you know, if a hitter hits the ball off the end of the bat on the ground to one of the infielders, would it be harder for the infielder to pick up the ball?
It is when it's completely black. Now, Freddie Lynn, great baseball player in his day. He was a veteran player, and he told me that if you take a black marker and you color that in the end, that way it's completely black, and when your bat head crosses home plate on a check swing, the umpire doesn't see it as well. But when you have that white end exposed like that, that umpire sees that, and he goes, you never know, it can keep you from, keeping you in that bat and not strike you out. So I thought that was a brilliant tip. Just black that thing in there, color it. And it's also harder for the infielders to see a black bat when you swing hard and come through the zone. Can't get a good jump on it.
That's among the spectators. So 1-1 to Nori Aoki, who is 1 for 2 with a single tonight and a run scored. And he is our MTP of the game. The most trusted player, brought to you by the most trusted brand, Honda.
And look at how he loads up on that back foot on that shot there. He really does flamingo kick. That's the other leg. Uses that kick on there. He's trusted. Pull that ball down the line. Looks like that first pitch there. He's trying to pull it.
Pitching out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nori's starting to put up some of the numbers the Royals were expecting when they traded for him from the Milwaukee Brewers. Batting average 31 points higher in the second half and has 9 more RBIs. And remember, the first half was, what, 94 games, so it was quite a bit more than half the season, or at least the games before the All-Star break. And he feathers it into left field for another base hit. And Viciedo thought about throwing to third, but he goes to second base. And Nori Aoki is 6 out of 7 in this series with the White Sox. And he was already hitting .475 against them before tonight's game started.
Using that technique that he uses so well to just push that ball to left field on a pitch that's 4 inches outside off the plate. Look at that, just guides that bat there. Very nice hands and great bat control. Escobar sees his play in front of him. The 2 outs there. Ventura was hoping Bassett could get through, but he's going to get the hook.
94 pitches, and it's Daniel Webb, who has been warming up since last inning, coming on with runners at first and third and 2 down. So he takes Nori back to the dugout to chat with Kosuke Anaji, Aoki's translator. Maybe he wanted to ask, how do you get hits like that one after another? Well, we told you about the game on Saturday, the Royals and Tigers on Fox. It'll be on the Fox network, followed by the Reds and the Cardinals on Fox Sports 1. So game 1 is the Royals and the Tigers here, and then to the National League Central for the nightcap at Fox Sports 1 beginning at 6 p.m. Also streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Daniel Webb, as Chris Bassett was right on the edge of having a 1-2-3 inning. He got 2 outs. He had 2 strikes on Escobar. He singled. Aoki singled. And now Webb.
52 strikeouts in 64 in the 3rd innings. He's got a good arm. Mid-90s fastball. Slider, curve. 2-out Lightning. See if they can make it happen.
That was a swing. Mark Carlson says so, the first base umpire. Oh, and 2. Kane has hit in 6 straight, and he extended that with the game-winning hit last night. 0 for 1 with a walk tonight, and 0 for 1 in the past against Daniel Webb.
That walk-off hit was an infield hit by Kane last night. That was his 24th. And he could be looking to do the same thing here. Just get on top of it.
Aoki was running, and it's still 0-2.
Would you categorize last night as a runoff or a walk-off?
Well, I don't know why it's called a walk-off or even a run-off, because what's happening is everybody is running on the field.
They were.
I mean, it's the losing team that's walking off. It's a walk-off loss, but it's a run on the field and go crazy win.
Interesting.
Aoki runs again. Fegley faked a throw and then made contact with Kane. May have hit him on the right side of the face. And no interference was called on Lorenzo Kane.
Ooh, man, that just missed outside part of the plate. Kane trying to stay off the middle of the plate. Don't want to get in that catcher's line. Now, that was a really good fake by Fegley. No double steal happening. Escobar stayed home. Now a lousy single. Give him the lead. Oh.
Pitch was way outside. The throw to first completes the strikeout. So Webb comes on and slams the door on the Royals. So at the end of 4, Chicago leads 4-3. Including this one. They're coming up in the top of the 5th inning. And we thank Nick from Nickatuck, which is a little village in New England.
Could be up in New England area. Yeah, I agree.
And by using hashtag KC Fan Photo, send in yours to have it shown during an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT. Scott Downs came on to face Adam Eaton, trying to get the final out of the 4th inning. And he got something unexpected. Diane Viciedo ran. Salvador Perez threw him out, and that ended the inning. So now it's Downs and Eaton to begin the 5th. As the Royals try and find a way to get Adam Eaton. He is 2 for 2 with 2 extra base hits tonight. And 5 out of 7 with 4 runs scored in this series. He is out. 1 down in the 5th.
How about that? Eaton hits .298 against lefties and .297 against righties. So he's good no matter what arm the pitcher throws from. And like we figured, that was the one batter that Downs is going to face. It looks like Casey Coleman.
You know why it looks like Casey Coleman? Because it is Casey Coleman.
There you go. Stay hot.
Remember, the most popular way to follow the Royals' push to the postseason is with MLB.com at-bats. That's the #1 app for live baseball. You'll enjoy live look-ins, replay reviews, scores, live radio broadcasts, the MLB.TV game of the day, and more. You can get at-bat for your smartphone or tablet at the App Store or visit MLB.com. Casey Coleman comes on with 1 out and nobody on. And 50 home runs coming his way. 15 from Alexei Ramirez and 35 from Jose Abreu, who's on deck.
He's got an 87 to 94 mile-an-hour fastball. He likes to sink it. He's got a curve and a change to keep him off balance with.
Quickly 0-2.
Yep, coming right after him. That's exactly what Ned wants him to do. Stay ahead of him, no free passes, make him put it in play.
One and 2 on Ramirez. He has driven in a run with a sac fly and has singled. And he lines out to Escobar, 2 down.
There was no way that I would expect Ricky Nolasco of the Minnesota Twins to shut out the Tigers right now, but that's what's happening in the 8th inning. Minnesota's up 2-0. 2 outs, top of the 8th in that game.
Another out for Abreu against the Royals. 0 for 3 tonight. He does have an RBI, so Coleman gets the final 2 outs of the 5th. The White Sox lead 4-3. In and get a great deal at the Jeep Celebration event, and by the makers of 5-Hour Energy. And you might need 5-Hour Energy tonight, as we are 2 hours into it, and the Royals are coming up in the bottom of the 5th inning, so halfway done as far as regulation innings go. And we've seen a lot of scoring. No big innings, but the White Sox have scored in 3 of 5 innings, and the Royals have scored in half of their innings.
I'm sure Ned Yost wouldn't mind staying here all night for a win. This game here is a must win. And the reason I say that, if the Minnesota Twins can hold off the Tigers and the Royals get a win, they can shave a game off. And with Chris Sale looming tomorrow as the White Sox starter, one of the best left-handed pitchers in baseball, you just never know. I mean, tonight's a big win for this team. No question about it.
Royals had the lead tonight for a half inning, 3-2, thanks to Alex Gordon's 2-run single in the 3rd inning. And the White Sox got 2 right back in the top of the 4th. 3-0 on Alex, who is 1 for 2 tonight, and has driven in 3 runs in the first 2 games with the White Sox. Daniel Webb got the final out of the 4th inning in relief of Chris Bassett, getting a strikeout of Kane, and now gets Gordon, Perez, and Hosmer. 3-1.
Gordon 1 for 3 in his career off Daniel Webb. He's saying, throw me that same pitch, and here it comes.
Full count. Off the side wall, and we'll do it again at 3-2.
Alex looking in there. That two-seam fastball had a little bit of movement in. Looked like it jammed him a little bit as he lost the bat, but he's able to get some pretty good wood on it. Let's see if he can go right back up the middle with it. Ooh, he'll take that.
5 walks by White Sox pitching tonight. They have the most walks in the American League. Panera takes us around the major leagues. So there it is, Ricky Nolasco. 8 scoreless innings going up against Rick Porcello. Cleveland 6 games back now in the wild card. They lead at Houston. Seattle and the Angels no score, bottom of the first. Texas and Oakland bottom of the first inning. Oakland is now 10.5 games back of the Angels in the West. One team got red hot, one team got ice cold. Webb is all over the place.
He came in and got Lorenzo Cain with some good pitches, and all of a sudden he's getting a little bit wild, and that's a little bit too close up near the head. Mid-90s fastball coming at you like that, it's a scary thought and a scary sight. Looking fastballs.
1-1.
That's not his pitch. A chance to
That's
go
not
to
anybody's pitch.
Right. I mean,
who does something with that pitch?
Nobody does anything with that pitch. Got to have a plan. Zone him. Salvi's eyes are good enough.
1-2.
So he can expect a similar pitch to that as that last one there.
Alex takes off. And a good call as the ball skips to the screen. Alex went sliding in, and I don't know if he had any chance to go first to third.
Glad to see Salvi not swing at it. If anything, make it out to the right side. Try to get him over to third base.
Three and two.
So now he's telling himself to lay off of it, and that's what you got to do now. He's making Webb come in there now with a fastball. And he has to be thinking right center here. Although 3-2 count, you're going to trust him on a ball that's out over the plate to just drive it. It's important to do the little things in a game of this magnitude.
He got a fastball and he was in at 96 miles an hour.
These are not just regular season games. These are playoff games. You got to take that approach mentally. Every little thing you do, you got to have a focus, got to have a plan. Got to really concentrate. Execute. Salvi's in pull mode. They are fighting for the city of Kansas City. 29 years is a long time. There's a lot on the line.
Fastball, that might have been the most hittable pitch. Webb strikes out his second, one down.
He's tried to pull it. We've seen Salvi hit balls a half a foot off the outside part of the plate to right field, but he's just in pull mode.
Now they'll talk things over before pitching to Hosmer, who has a single and a line out to center field. .96 outside, ball one.
Outfielders playing him straight up. That's how you play Hosmer. He's going to go line to line, depending on where it's pitched. Even at that velocity, Hosmer loves the ball up.
Back at 96 over the corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two and one. Royals have already stranded 6. Don't want to add to that here, as Gordon reached with a leadoff walk and got to second base with nobody out. And they've stranded 6 really in 3 innings because they went down in order in the first. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Diane Viciedo in left field has 5 outfield assists. Garcia, the right fielder, with 4. He got his 4th earlier, throwing Hosmer out at the plate, and Eaton has 8 in center. Now, I don't like Eaton's chances of throwing out Gordon from center field, and Garcia's playing pretty deep in right. Any base hit on a score.
Well, the White Sox just continue to help the Royals with runners in this inning. A walk, a stolen base on a pitch that skipped by the catcher, and now a wild pitch puts a tying run at third base with 1 out.
Haas, he got out of the way. That would have hit him in the foot. It's a good thing he got out of the way. Now Gordon's over there at third base with less than 2 outs. There's 1. So try to elevate. 3 and 2 count. Elevate it.
And the White Sox will bring the left side of the infield in. And the right side stays back. Just needed to make contact there to stay at 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Tied him up. You know, he's conscious about anything close.
Now that right side comes in halfway on Hosmer. First and third with 1 out. 6 walks given by Robin Ventura's pitchers tonight, and 6 walks for a second straight night against the Royals. So the Royals are a hard team to walk, but the White Sox have walked more hitters than any team in the American League. And up comes Omar Infante. He has 1 of the walks, and he has struck out 0 for 1.
Just get him in. Think middle of the field. And up, elevate him.
It's not a lot of experience, but Infante has the most of any Royal against Daniel Webb. And it's just 4 at bats, 1 for 4.
That pitch there he just took, that's the one.
Hosmer started to go, then stopped.
So the hitters that are facing Webb can tell themselves that he only can throw that fastball for strikes. He's missing with all of his secondary pitches. I say all of them. He just has a fastball and a changeup. Dead red.
Ooh. Almost got him. And Infante every now and then will wear that guard on the left side of his helmet. Tonight is not one of those nights, but it takes us back to the first homestand of the year when Trevor Bell of the Rays hit Infante on the left side of the face. Webb would strike me, and this is kind of a throwback term, as somebody who is effectively wild.
I would totally agree. Still can't take the hitter's focus away from that middle of the plate fastball.
And it doesn't. Infante left center field, and that will tie the game. So he wanted more than that, but Viciedo ran it down in the gap, and it's 4-4 in the bottom of the fifth. And that's 64 RBIs for Infante.
Rarely misses a good fastball out over the middle with a runner at third base. Less than 2 outs. Execution well done. Wanted more, but got it up. Hits that ball on the ground. That's a double play. It ends the inning. Nice execution. He wanted more, and who doesn't? But that job was done.
Moustakas drove in the first run for the Royals tonight.
Oh!
That gets away from Abreu, and Hosmer moves up to second base. The Chicago White Sox have shown in the first 2 games of the series why they are 68 and 82.
Hit a first base umpire, and fortunately it kept going to the back on the side of the screen there. If it hits the umpire and just stays there, he can't advance. So a runner in scoring position now with 2 outs for Moose. Not as drastic a pull, and the defense is playing Moose, so he's got some options out there. If he can just hit a little ground ball to the shortstop, that'll score Hosmer.
Fastball at 95 for a strike. Oh, and 2. Well, you start looking at how the Royals have scored in this series, and they have cashed in opportunities. So you want to give them some credit, and then you start looking at the opportunities that were presented to them by the White Sox. Grounded to Abreu. He will underhand to Webb, and that will end the inning. 1 run, no hits, 2 walks, an error, a wild pitch, and the Royals tie the game.
American League East champion Baltimore Orioles. They wrap it up, their first division crown since 1997. Great to be in that area. The Orioles and Nationals both heading to the playoffs as division champions. So that's exciting. This, though, is not. The all-star closer, Glenn Perkins, just gave up a 3-run home run to J.D. Martinez, and so the Tigers lead it 3-2 in the bottom of the ninth.
Wow. That guy could be their MVP. Oh well, got Joe Nathan coming up to try to close that game down. You never know what can happen. Minnesota hopefully can put on a nice little finish for him. Brandon Finnegan gets the call. He's going to get an opportunity to see Connor Gillespie, Avisail Garcia, Andy Wilkins. See what he can do. Hadn't allowed an earned run yet. Keep the focus. Fastball slider. Might top out at 93, 94. Gotta like the Royals' chances if it's the Royals bullpen versus the White Sox bullpen. Only thing missing right now for the Royals is the lead.
Popped up. Stompes takes care of Gillespie, who's 0 for 3. Now Finnegan gets Avisail Garcia. He singled leading off the 4th inning. Came around to score as the White Sox regained the lead in that inning, 4-3. The Royals just tied it in the bottom of the 5th. 92. 0-1 on Garcia. Ow. Hit him on the hand, or they get him inside the leg.
Yeah, inside the leg. That's a changeup. Hit him right in the quad.
You know, we brought that up the other night. You know, that when you get into a position like that, it's just a bigger target for a foul ball. And occasionally Sal will just use one knee for support and really exposes his leg like he did there. Mm-hmm. One and two on Garcia.
Some 95. This guy's traveled a long ways this year. Finnegan. College World Series a couple months ago. Quick little stint through the minors, and now he's a big leaguer. Ooh, good spot.
How about a potential swing? No appeal to the first base umpire. I think that's what Ned's saying. Okay, well, he didn't hit the spot. How about the swing?
Well, where was the pitch? Must have been low.
That split the bat right down the middle. And dropped by Finnegan as he was a little late to cover. And even if he catches it cleanly, Garcia may have still beaten him to the bag. And it's an error on Finnegan.
Well, listen, the ball wasn't hit all that hard. And if Hosmer goes to first base, Infante makes that play easily and they get him out. I'm talked about that before. Hosmer loves to take any ball to his right, and it's a difficult transfer from the first baseman to the pitcher. It's a moving target. Your percentages of making it out there aren't as great if Hosmer stays home. If it's a rocket, if it's hit hard, yeah, take it. But if it's a slow hopper like that, Infante's going to get to it, and it's an easy out.
Official scorer took another look at it, and now it's ruled a base hit. Andy Wilkins, the White Sox DH tonight, has walked and scored and struck out. The proud Jayhawk, Dave Holtzman, reminding us that 4 months ago, talking about the long road or the multi-destination road for Brandon Finnegan. 4 months ago, he was pitching in Lawrence against KU. Had a tough time with that pitch. 1-2 on Wilkins.
Outside of Finnegan's pitches, his makeup is good. He's got strong character. He's a bulldog. He's not afraid. He's very confident. They liked all that when they picked him in the first round. That's what you do. When you get a guy like him, you look at everything, not just his pitches. Nice spot. Stays on top. Well, showing some 90 to 95 miles an hour. Good slider. We saw a changeup that he threw. He's got nice action on that. He kept that ball down and away. And Ned Yost is going to take him out.
And bring Kelvin Herrera in to face Diane Viciedo. He has now pitched 4 1/3 innings, given up just a couple of hits, and struck out 6. And having a great time.
Keep executing like that, and everyone will have smiles.
Kurt Suzuki has tied the game in the bottom of the 9th inning at Target Field against Joe Nathan, the former Twin. And now Minnesota has the winning run at second base with 1 out. So a bit of a roller coaster ride here, like last night, and there, as we are keeping an eye on that game. Detroit had a 6-0 lead, then it was 6-6, and Detroit ended up winning 8-6. Tonight, Down 2-0 until the 8th inning. Got a home run from J.D. Martinez going up 3-2, and now they're tied. And we've gone back and forth here at Kauffman Stadium. 4-4 in the top of the 6th inning. Viciedo has singled twice. Both of those against Liam Hendricks. One to left field, one to right center field. Batting with Garcia at first base, 2 down. Two and one.
Viciedo 3 for 10 in his career against Herrera.
Or 4 for 11. Herrera pitched last night, and Viciedo got a single, so he was 3 for 10 going into the series. You can't believe everything you read.
Thank you.
3-1. White Sox, by getting 4 runs, that's a big number for them against the Royals. They had scored 3 runs or fewer in 8 straight games against the Royals. Royals are 9-4 against Chicago this year.
Put that fastball down and away. Ooh.
Well, Viciedo walks to bring up the rookie Sanchez.
It's not the case of Herrera in that at bat overthrowing. His just command is off. Typically means his shoulders flying out a little bit, leaving the ball up.
Royals have not had a shutdown inning tonight, and the definition of a shutdown inning is holding the opponent scoreless right after your offense has scored. Royals got 1 run in the 2nd inning. Chicago scored in the top of the 3rd. The Royals got 2 in the bottom of the 3rd, and Chicago got 2 in the top of the 4th. Sanchez has singled and driven in a run with a sac fly.
He's got a short swing. Won't be easy. There it is. Good little 2-seam runner there. Caught the outside edge. Fastball 95 to 100. Maybe 101 we've seen from Herrera's arm this year. He's got a nice overhand curve and an excellent changeup.
He pitched last night, so on 0 days rest. Up the middle, Escobar gets a big hop. Infante's at the bag, and the White Sox leave 2. Bottom of the 6th in a 4-4 tie.
Young man with a Billy Butler jersey getting an education on Hall of Famer George Brett from his daddy. That is sweet.
Dyson Escobar Aoki, the speed coming up in our Sonic Slam inning. Rodney Williams from Richmond, Missouri is our contestant. If the Royals hit a home run in this inning, Rodney wins $6,600. If the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Rodney wins $25 grand from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals.
Rodney, we are pulling for you.
And the Royals will be facing Matt Lindstrom, third White Sox pitcher tonight. The Royals got 3 against Chris Bassett, who went 3 2/3, and 1 against Daniel Webb, who went an inning and a third.
Hard fastballs. He'll reach 97 maybe, but he's around mid-90s. Pretty straight. That ball had a little movement on it, though. That slider and a changeup, he'll work.
Fans are cheering, and that's because with today's technology, you can keep track of other games around the big leagues, and Royals fans know that Detroit has lost. Minnesota won in the bottom of the 9th inning.
They're going to have trouble. The Tigers are down the stretch with a closer like Joe Nathan, who's very shaky and not a lot of confidence. That could cost him.
Question is Joe Nathan beginning tomorrow still the closer for the Detroit Tigers?
Be interesting to find out.
Aaron Hicks, of all people, their big prospect from last year, who ended up in Double-A this year, and at one point had given up switch hitting, a walk-off single, and Minnesota gets 2 in the bottom of the 9th to win it. Dyson fouls it off of his leg, and it's still 2-2. The Royals, if they can win tonight, could cut the deficit to 1/2 game.
Good to see Cleveland slipping back a little. Dyson wants to stay on top of the ball if he can. Utilize that speed. Lindstrom, he really does use a lot of body. He loads up on that mound. He really gets in a crouch. He loads up and he fires. He's got a strong body and a strong arm.
Now the rest of the crowd has seen the score on the scoreboard. Abreu, good play. He was looking for the throw from Sanchez and just had to reach with his leg. He hadn't gotten back to the bag yet when he was receiving the throw. And with Dyson blazing up the line, 37% went with Bo Jackson with our sprint question of the night. The fastest Royal of all time, followed by Willie Wilson. You might have to be a Royal a little bit longer.
Yeah, I would say,
considering the history of Bo Jackson and especially Willie Wilson. Joey Gathright did not make the cut, by the way.
There's Lindstrom with a quick pitch.
Tom Goodwin, another Royal who wasn't considered for the question.
Escobar, another guy that fouls one off. He'll have to walk around, catch his breath.
At least. The last time Lindstrom pitched here, he was trying to field a bunt from Alcides Escobar and wrecked his ankle. Had to go on the disabled list. Lined into right field for a base hit. Escobar's second hit, and it's the third time he's been on tonight.
He wants to stay in that leadoff spot, I can tell you that. And you do that by producing. That's a fastball, middle, away. That wasn't a fastball. It was an 81. He took something off of it. Didn't fool Escobar. Fooled me, but not him. That's better. Now, Avisail Garcia had him played just right. If he plays him over any more towards that gap in right center, that ball would have gotten by him for an extra base. Those 30 steals, that's 5th best in the American League. Fagley, the catcher, he's got a strong arm. See how much time Lindstrom takes to get that ball home. Rusty Kuntz, first base coach, he has a little watch in his hand, a little stopwatch. He's going to time how long it takes Lindstrom to get that ball home. It gives the runner a little bit better idea his chances of being successful.
Escobar goes, and Fagley didn't get the grip he wanted.
Pulling out all the stops. You've got to in a game of this magnitude. Great jump. Fagley knew he had no chance. Ball's down in, good one to run on. He didn't have a good grip.
.31 stolen bases, 35 is career high from 2 years ago. Royals have now stolen 142 bases. They continue to lead the American League. It's the 12th time they've had 3 or more stolen bases in a game. Escobar checks the depth of the outfielders. Nori Aoki is 6 out of 7 in this series. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Right man, right spot here. Viciedo, the left fielder, he's guarding that line. Ramirez, the shortstop, he's behind Escobar. Open up a little hole on that left side where Aoki loves to hit it. Does see that little 2-seam fastball. Ooh.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Got him with a slider there. Aoki, he's been driving the bus lately. 18 for his last 38. That's a .474 average with a runner in scoring position. Might try to come back with that inside on him.
Two and two.
Exactly what he did. He tried to go right back in there with that slider. Didn't work. 2-seam fastballs. We see Aoki slap that ball to left field usually when it's away, running away from him.
Still 2 and 2.
Emergency hack. Staying alive. Those 2 infield hits he had last night, that gave him 27 on the season. Ties him for 3rd most in the American League now. He's just trying to do that. 2 strikes, that's a 2-strike approach. He's just going to guard anything on the corners. Try to stay on top of the ball. I've seen him do it so well.
Slash foul. Up the middle and into center field. Here's Escobar around third. 5-4 Royals. Nori Aoki has 7 hits in the first 2 games with the Sox.
All aboard. Aoki is driving that Royals bus. Look at him guide this up the middle. That's beautiful hitting. Great bat control we're seeing from Nori Aoki. Guiding that ball right up the middle, biggest hole in the diamond. Get it by the pitcher, you got to knock all day long. With a runner in scoring position, he continues to stay hot.
And now they're chanting his name.
That was clutch.
Nobody warming up in the Royals bullpen. There's Kelvin Herrera with the jacket on. And Herrera, who got the last out of the 6th, will stay on for his normal designated inning. Top of the 7th, and will be pitching with a lead. Kane takes low, ball 1.
You know, Nori, he wants to measure Lindstrom up. He's got 15 steals. He wants another one. Guy like Lorenzo Cain can put the ball in play. Could see maybe a little hit and run go here. A little slash and dash.
Not running, and Kane chops it to deep short, and the White Sox almost got a double play, but that didn't look like a double play ground ball at all with Kane's speed, but it was very close. Aoki's out at second base, 2 down.
Second baseman staying on top of the base, using that bag for protection. Robin Ventura is going to make a change here. Great piece of hitting by Aoki in the clutch.
Alex Gordon's coming up, and it'll be a lefty, Eric Surkamp, who's out of the White Sox bullpen. Eric Surkamp against Alex Gordon. Alex coming up with Kane at first base, 2 down. The Royals have regained the lead. Nori Aoki has 7 hits in 8 at-bats. 9 plate appearances in this series. He put the Royals back in front, and now Surkamp.
See that right there? That 19 walks at ERA. Surkamp, what he's going to do, 6'5", 220. He's got a sinker slider, 88-91 with his sinker. I agree with you, sir. I love September too, especially when your Royals are hunting for some blue October.
Alex drove in 2 in the 3rd inning. That put the Royals in front for a short period of time, 3-2. And then when the Royals tied it in the 5th, Alex started that with a leadoff walk, a stolen base, and he scored on the Infante sac fly.
Alex, 258 against lefties, 8 home runs. He's hit off southpaws out of his 19. Lorenzo Cain, 25 stolen bases, been caught just 4 times. Typically when you steal off a lefty, it's on first movement. The minute he lifts up that foot.
Off of his foot, and it's 0-2. White Sox bullpen has had a lot of trouble this year. And when the Royals came back and won last night, that was their 20th blown save. White Sox have 32 actual saves and 20 blown saves. Pitching out, thinking Kane was going, and it's 1-2. Second highest bullpen ERA, fewest strikeouts, 3rd highest opponent's batting average, and 2nd highest walks and hits per innings pitched. That's how you get to 20 blown saves, and Surkamp comes out of the bullpen and strikes out Alex to end the inning, but the Royals take the lead. Nori Aoki again, 7 hits in the first 2 games. He has scored twice. He has driven in 1, and he puts the Royals in front at the end of 6.
All aboard.
Your Royals tickets all season long, and now Tickets for Less has come through again. Ticketsforless.com has great lower level tickets available for this weekend's huge series versus the Tigers. If you want to sit in the lower level this weekend, then you need to check out Ticketsforless.com and help send your Royals to the playoffs. I, guys, would like to send well wishes to my nephew, Jared Belzer. You know, he's always kind of feeling like he gets left out because his birthday is in January, so he never gets the birthday shout out during the season. It's the winter. But I suppose if you are going to take an ambulance to Children's Mercy Hospital as he did last night and get all this attention because you have, oh, I don't know, brain surgery or something, you get a little shout out. Jared is doing well, had some surgery this morning. I would guess he is watching right now. Pretty good excuse not to be in school tomorrow. But get well, Jared, and he would love to see his Royals get to the playoffs.
Thank you for passing that along, Joel. Best wishes to Jared, and we hope to see him back here soon. Kelvin Herrera faced 2 batters in the 6th inning and now stays on for the 7th. It's the first time since 1974 that 2 relievers on the same team have had scoreless streaks of 30 or more innings, and they started keeping track of that in 1974, so we don't know beyond that. So Herrera has gotten his up to 31. Wade Davis 31 2/3, and that's the bridge to Greg Holland tonight, with the Royals leading by 1 in the 7th inning.
Bagley never faced Herrera before. Good luck. It's not easy, especially when you have a power arm like Herrera. That 2-seam fastball of his bores in on righties. Likes to take lumber. I mean, snap it. Don't see many overhand curves. He's got that, and he's got a nice changeup, and he's had success with his fastball here in this count. So stay with the heat.
And it was a changeup. Well, we've talked about that before, and that's how the game has changed. And there's more information now, and sometimes you wonder if there's too much information.
Yep, that's a changeup out over the plate, sped his bat up, and it's very hittable. Lucky he didn't get underneath that.
Adam Eaton, 2 more hits and 2 more runs scored tonight. He has scored 4 times in the first 2 games, and now Herrera runs it up there at 99 miles an hour.
He's got a hit off Herrera. Like a pretty good one. A couple of men on too. Got 2 ribbies.
Sound like he cracked his bat.
Sure enough, he'll be tough to double. This guy hustles all the time when he makes contact, whether he knows it's a hit or not. He's running hard. He's only grounded into 4 double plays all year.
Called strike. 99 again, 1-2.
The way Eaton swings that bat to the opposite field with a good level compact stroke, that's a pitch there that he could handle. He's seen him stay on top of it. Moose guarding the line at third base. Good idea. You don't want a hitter sneaking any doubles down the line, third base line or the first base line. Dyson over in left center. You see him. That's where Eaton's been hitting the ball.
Lucky to make contact with a pitch like that. Still 1-2.
That's what I mean, though. His swing is so short. It's geared for that pitch up and away. The way he slaps the ball. Now he stays in the box. He's not like Aoki, and there aren't many hitters that are like Aoki. But he's got a nice little short swing, and that's a great sight to see. Davis getting ready to come in. There's a 1-run lead. The Royals are holding.
Still 1-2. Back with a changeup. He did have Eaton out in front.
Changeup is an extremely effective pitch for Herrera. It really counters that power fastball, but when you locate it down in the zone like that, that's effective. Not the one he threw Fagley. Pretty good numbers there.
Two and two. And to center field. 6 hits for Adam Eaton in the first 2 games.
I'm telling you, that guy is dangerous. He's got some kind of short swing. Compact. It's exactly how you want to teach a left-handed batter to hit that ball, against a pitcher with that type of velocity. Let the pitcher supply the power.
So here's a big batter in the game right now, Alexei Ramirez, with 2 on and nobody out, because behind him is Jose Abreu. So does Ramirez continue the inning without the Royals recording an out? Does he make 1 out, or can Herrera get him to ground into 2? Because to this point, Jose Abreu has done almost nothing against the Royals. And the odds are that is not going to last for an entire season. So what kind of spot will he be in when he comes to the plate?
Herrera, he's typically a fly ball pitcher if guys can get underneath it, but he has induced 4 ground ball double plays this season. Not surprised to see him bunting here, because it's really difficult to bunt a fastball at that velocity. You're better off letting the guy swing. Good numbers against Herrera. And Alexei just has 1 sacrifice bunt all year. He'll be trying to do some damage with a swing.
Herrera's ahead 0-2. It's not been a big strikeout game for the Royals so far, although they haven't had their big strikeout pitchers in the game. But the White Sox have already established a club record for strikeouts, and we still have a week and a half to go. And only the Astros have struck out more times than the White Sox.
How about a little jam shot roller to Escobar?
Well, there's a jam shot. The bat went with the ball to second base. So he didn't hit it hard enough for a double play, and the Royals get one out to put runners at first and third.
Well, his bat was supposed to stay intact. If it doesn't break, that's going to be a double play, but he got way in his kitchen. Oh, get that one out for sure. Eaton charging hard as always. Almost beat it.
And here comes Ned Yost. So Herrera has pitched from one inning to the other, but he's only gotten 2 outs. And Ned's going to go to Wade Davis.
Use all your bullets, Ned. Not a lot of season left. You got to hold this lead. Good move.
This is in, and the White Sox, like so many teams, are very aware of the great pitcher Wade Davis.
We were just talking about it earlier, how he has I think like a .7 ERA and you know, hasn't given up a run since April, I believe. So I mean, that's pretty tough to do. You know, Connor just gave us a great quote. He said, if you really want to know, you know, go turn on the iron mic down there with a bunch of high school scuffed up baseballs, and as high as it'll go. That's pretty much what you're getting out of him.
Jordan Danks on his conversation with Connor Gillespie today about Wade Davis. Gillespie is on deck. Jose Abreu is up first.
And what he's referring to with the iron mic, that's a pitching machine. And the most common used pitching machine in major league ballparks, as it mimics the throwing action of a pitcher. Wade Davis and Jose Abreu. Abreu has faced Davis once, and Wade struck him out.
Stay with the fastball, and that's what he's going to do. Keep it out of his wheelhouse. Never know when the sleeping giant's going to wake up. Not here. Fastballs, mid to upper. See some cut fastballs from Wade Davis and an overhand curve.
Pretty good swing, but he was a little late on it. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He's got the right idea. Bat speed is develops power. Not the long, big long swing. It's just how quick and how short you can get to the ball. Abreu does a nice job of keeping his hands inside, close to his body. Shoots the ball all over the place.
2-1 on Abreu. He came up with the runners at first and third and nobody out in the first inning and grounded into a force out, driving in the White Sox first run. Hit the ball on the ground all 3 times he's come to the plate tonight. Two and two.
He's beaten him with that pitch. He's not able to catch up to it.
So does he stay with that pitch?
Cutter right here on the outer half. See if he'll swing at it. 93. Wade Davis has induced 3 ground ball double plays. That would work.
There was the cutter. Boy, cutter at 95.
But really good location. It's so important that you don't let this guy beat you with anything out over the middle of the plate.
Pretty good reach there. That wasn't even close to a strike. Fagley is at third. Ramirez is at first. Full count. Gillespie is on deck.
Robin Ventura. Is he going to send Ramirez at first base here on 3 and 2? Chance he'd be taken for a strike him out, throw him out situation.
Ramirez doesn't have a very threatening lead over at first. Hands on his knees. He's running, and Abreu takes ball 4 to load him up, which may have not been the worst thing in the world. Now, of course, if you go by the so-called book, a walk puts the potential go-ahead run in scoring position with 1 out. And Wade Davis really doesn't have to pitch anybody carefully. He's one of the best pitchers in the world right now, and yet he's also facing one of the best hitters in the world. So he goes from Abreu with 35 home runs, 103 RBIs, to Gillespie, who has 7 home runs and 54 RBIs.
Gillespie's only grounded into 3 double plays this year. Wade Davis would love to make it 4. See what a good test this is for Wade Davis if he can maneuver his way out.
Thank you very much. Mentioned it before. Kevin Seitzer told me years ago the difference between a hitter that thrives with runners in scoring position and one that struggles is the ones that thrive put the pressure on the pitcher. The ones that struggle put the pressure on themselves, and that swing right there I think is a good indication of where Connor Gillespie has placed the pressure. That was a very defensive swing for the first pitch of the at-bat. 1 ball, 1 strike. And again, going after a pitch that was not a strike, and it's 1-2.
He's guessing fastball. And he got a cutter.
Well, by the velocity there, 93 miles an hour, that was a fastball up, but appeared to be a cutter that was up. So Davis jumped ahead with cutters that were down and in. That one may have gotten away from him. And the best Gillespie could do is fouled away. So let's hope that's the only misplaced pitch from Davis to Gillespie, because he really has Gillespie on the ropes. 2-2. He's battling. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Another cutter in. He hasn't shown the curveball yet. If he does, Salvi will be all over it if it's in the dirt. Keep it in front.
Line into right center field. And this could score 3. It will. And Connor Gillespie hits a 3-run triple. And that puts an end to both Herrera's and Davis's scoreless streaks, and gives the White Sox a 7-5 lead.
Fastball down and away. Gillespie with a short, compact stroke. He guided it in the gap. Maybe one too many fastballs. And he caught it.
Now Garcia fouls it away. He has 2 hits tonight and a run scored. So the 2 longest scoreless streaks in Major League Baseball come to an end. For Davis, it was 31 2/3 innings, and for Herrera, it was 31 1/3 inning. Check swing. Foul ball off to the right field side that lands in the second row as Garcia is just trying to get something in the air and over the drawn in infield.
That's all he's trying to do here. A little sac fly.
Chopped. Escobar. Man, what a play. And it's a good thing the White Sox didn't have the contact play on. And even Garcia seems a bit stunned as he's jogging back to the third base dugout that Gillespie's still at third base.
This play right here could have saved the game. Still a lot of time left for the Royals offense, but if they get another run across, oh man, that's just tremendous athleticism. Perfect timing.
That brings up Andy Wilkins, and now Gillespie at third with 2 down. Wilkins has struck out twice, and he has walked and scored a run. Not to take away from the outstanding play made by Escobar, because it was, but even if the contact play isn't on, is that the type of play that a runner from third base should read and still come to the plate?
Yeah, but I think now with the lead, they're just counting on the hitter here to knock him in. I don't think they had it on. And you know, you're going to react.
Against Wade Davis?
Well, you're a speedy guy. It just all depends on what they tell you. Lots of times they tell you don't go on the ground. So you have your mind made up. You're not going. You're going to see it through.
As I'm thinking, you've got Wade Davis on the mound, and I know he just gave a 3-run triple, but before that he had gone 31 2/3 innings without allowing a run. His ERA was .7. Chances are somebody is not going to hit a hard ground ball right at somebody. So you're right. We'll see how big that play was. That was a swing. Wilkins strikes out. But the Chicago White Sox get 3 runs against Herrera and Davis.
Waiter, there's a fly in my soup.
Brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Big fans of Joel and Monty hanging out near Rivals. And they'll be out there for Boulevard Royals Live when the game is over, if the game ever comes to a conclusion, as we are coming up on 3.5 hours with no rain delays, and we're only in the bottom of the 7th inning in a game that would impress the Yankees and the Red Sox. So, to say that tongue in cheek, but what really becomes important now, this is almost like playing a long extra inning game. And while the White Sox have taken a 7-5 lead, the biggest factor in the game from this point on is which team holds their concentration longer.
That's a tremendous streak that both Herrera and Davis had broken in that last inning. Unbelievable. Congratulations, and you knew it was going to happen. But hopefully now the offense can pick them up. The one time almost all season that they couldn't get the job done. No fault of theirs. It's going to happen in baseball. offense needs to come back and pick them up. Base runners. Sinker, slider. Not overpowering is Surkamp.
Still 1-2 on Sal. Surkamp came into the game to get the final out of the 6th inning. So right now, and he's only facing his second batter, he is the only White Sox reliever the Royals have not scored against in this series. Sal again chasing a pitch well out of the strike zone, and down he goes for the second time by way of a strikeout tonight. He is 0 for 3. The Royals, with that improbable comeback last night, pulling the game out of the drain in the later innings. They got a run against Guerra. They got a run against Putnam. They got a run against Petrichka. They got 2 against Petrichka. And tonight they scored a run against Webb. They scored a run against Lindstrom. So of the first 6 relievers the White Sox have put into the game in the series, the Royals have scored against 5 of them. 0-1 on Hosmer.
Ned Yost is managing a resilient ball club. See if they can let that inning go and come back.
Hey, nice grab by a fan. First row, upper deck.
He borrowed his buddy's glove. Had it all the way.
Oh, now wait a minute. We've got a Royals fan who just made a great catch with his Royals sweatshirt, his Royals cap, and he's trying to get on, but he's not waving at you. I hate to tell you.
That's okay.
That says Hawk on his sign.
Okay, watch.
See, he's telling you. He's telling you, not you, the other booth.
Hawk's not even looking. I'm raising the roof.
Hud, I got to admit, that was kind of hard to watch. You interacting with that guy, and he wasn't interacting with you.
Well, that happens. I don't care if they interact with me. I'm going to interact with them.
We've all been there before. You know, someone's waving. He sees you looking at him, Hud. And he's saying, no, 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 not you. The booth, 2 booths down. We've all been there. Somebody waves in your direction and you.
Okay, look, I just gave him thumbs up. He gave me thumbs up again. Okay.
Yeah, but he's still saying, yeah, he's saying, you know what he's saying? I'm really happy. Yeah, and I'm really happy for you. But it's that booth, not you. It's that booth. There he goes. See?
Okay, yeah.
See?
I'm pointing over to Hawk. Yeah. Is Hawk paying attention?
No, but you certainly are.
He made a great catch. Oh.
Little half swing, center field, and Eaton. No way. How many Adam Eatons are in the game tonight?
I don't know, but Hosmer showing some Aoki bat control there. Tried to dump it in, and Eaton says, no, you're not. Not on my watch. Outstanding play.
Two down to Omar Infante. Omar has driven in a run with a sac fly. He is otherwise struck out and walked. 1-1. No swing. Mark Carlson is the first base umpire. 2-1 on Infante. And now 3-1 with Moustakas next. And Fonte's on, and that brings a tying run to the plate. And that tying run will not be Mike Moustakas. It'll be Josh Willingham. And we'll see what that does with Robin Ventura's plans. That is the 7th walk given by a White Sox pitcher to a Royals hitter tonight. So Robin Ventura saw this coming. And he had Ronald Belisario ready to go in the White Sox bullpen. We trudge along. 7-5 Chicago. Park get as much attention as the Royals fan who caught the foul ball and so badly wanted to be seen on White Sox baseball. There you go. That HUD went over to make sure that Ken Harrelson, Hawk Harrelson, longtime television voice of the White Sox, acknowledged that so-called Royals fan. There we go. You happy?
Yeah, nothing beats fun at the old ballpark, Rhino.
So we hear Ronald Belisario to face Josh Willingham, who hasn't had a plate appearance in 5 days. Willingham lately has been bothered by a sore right groin, which has kept him out of the lineup. He is batting for Mike Moustakas.
There's that slider. He'll cut his fastball. He's got a slider. And he throws sinkers. Has an occasional change he'll use. One for 3 in his career.
And now 1-2 on Willingham.
Sinker comes right back over the plate when it starts away.
Belisario has been scoreless over his last 6 outings. 5 1/3 innings, which sounds like a pebble in the ocean compared to what Davis and Herrera had going. 2-2. Willingham's former team trying to help the Royals out tonight. Minnesota Twins in walk-off fashion beat the Tigers 4-3 in the bottom of the 9th, facing the Twins all-time saves leader Joe Nathan. Very close. 3 balls 2 strikes. Dyson's on deck.
This guy's all about plate discipline here. Very selective.
And Fonte takes off, and Willingham strikes out. It was a delayed call and very similar to the pitch before. So Willingham got 1 call, Belisario got the other, and the Royals are scoreless in the 7th.
And the Tigers are not. We told you about it. Here's our Mazda game break. Aaron Hicks, how about this? A speedy guy on an infield single, winning it on a walk-off. Not quite the drama that we saw here last night, but Ryan proving, you can't beat fun at the old ballpark, or you never know what you're going to see. Although we are right now going to see Jason Nix at third. But you got Aaron Hicks, the unlikely hero there. You have what happened here last night. You have Wade Davis and Kelvin Herrera allowing runs for the first time in months. You truly, truly never know what you're going to see when you come to the ballpark.
Boy, you're not kidding. And we still have 2 innings to go. Coming up on 4 hours, Lewis Coleman comes on for the 8th inning. Lower 3rd coming up for the White Sox.
Hold him down. Sinker, slider.
1 pitch and 1 out as Viciedo is retired. We should pass on congratulations to the Omaha Storm Chasers as they have won the AAA championship for the 2nd consecutive year. So Brian Polberg in his first year in Omaha, and they beat Pawtucket 4-2. Congratulations to Gary Green and the ownership group, Marty Cardero, the president and general manager, and our good buddy Mark Nasser, longtime radio voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers. All he does is win.
Great finish. One game. Winner takes all. I wonder if we'll see any players from that roster come up here. Maybe Polberg might get a chance.
And that's why Vance Wilson is here, who was the manager for the Royals at Northwest Arkansas, former Major League catcher. Here's the final out. Two years in a row, Mike Jerschele and the Storm Chasers last year, and Brian Polberg, who had been in Northwest Arkansas, going up to AAA, and he wins the championship. It really was a great fit, and there's Vance Wilson, who had a long major league career as a catcher. Vance Wilson had been at Class A, low A, then high A. He lives in Springdale, so for him to go to Northwest Arkansas, he is at home managing the AA team. And Brian Polberg lives in Carter Lake, Iowa, which is right over the border from Omaha.
Boy, how that works out nice.
So that made a lot of people happy, professionally and personally. Mike Jerschele finally gets to the big leagues, and as fate would have it, he becomes the Royals' third base coach. Vance Wilson moves up. He gets to sleep in his own bed. Brian Polberg gets moved up, and he gets to sleep in his own bed.
That's awesome. And those guys, they work so hard. I'm telling you, working the young players so they can get here and experience some success. And I'll tell you, winning a championship down there, believe me, that really helps.
Pass Coleman, and that ball hit the front of the mound, so it slowed it down quite a bit. Hosmer makes a nice pick. Lewis Coleman pitches a scoreless top of the 8th inning. (7-5). Also coming up Saturday for Fan Appreciation Day, we'll be raffling off 6 sets of John Mellencamp tickets, including one grand prize of 2 VIP tickets to the concert and a $50 gift card to the Power and Light District. John Mellencamp live in concert at Arvest Bank Theater at the Midland on Valentine's Day. And tickets for the concert are on sale now, but make sure you come out for Fan Appreciation Day for a chance at some free tickets and VIP passes. Ronald Belisario struck out Willingham for the final out of the 7th, and now it's Dyson, Escobar, and Aoki in the bottom of the 8th.
Belisario with a live arm. Good hard movement on that sinker. Dyson 0 for his last 18. He's due.
Good movement. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Some two-seam action. Good pitch up in the zone like that for Dyson to try to stay on top of and chop his way on.
We are coming up on the longest game in Royals history for 9 innings. And we're only in the bottom of the 8th. Sanchez gets Dyson. 1 down in the 8th inning. We have seen 13 pitchers tonight. And lead changes all over the place. Chicago has led 1-0. They have led 2-1. They have led 4-3 and now lead 7-5. The Royals have led 3-2 and they have led 5-4. And Joe McEwing not only had a full head of hair when the game started, but his high school hairline.
Well, like I said earlier, Ed Yost wouldn't mind staying here all night for a win.
One and 1 to Escobar. He has been on 3 times tonight and scored 2 runs. And he has a stolen base, his 31st. One and 2.
You try to pull that heavy, hard two-seam sinker on the outside part of the plate, you'll just top it.
I've been here since I was a little kid.
Crowd is thinned out with the long game and being a school night, but almost 29,000 were here tonight. 1 hop out to Gillespie. Close, but out. 2 down. And it's 7-5 Chicago right now because of Connor Gillespie. Gillespie hit a 3-run triple in the 7th inning. And in doing so, put an end to the impressive scoreless streaks of both Kelvin Herrera and Wade Davis. Those two had the longest scoring streaks in the major leagues. And it was the first time that any team since 1974, when they started keeping numbers like this, had 2 players on the same team with a scoreless streak of 30 innings or more.
Tremendous run. Knew it was going to happen. How about this guy? Find a way.
He's made 1 out in the first 2 games.
Belisario, he wanted that pitch there. He's taking a slow walk back to the mound. Trying to pound Aoki in, make him pull that ball. Alexi Ramirez, he's over there in the hole at shortstop between third. You could fly the Goodyear blimp up the middle. 3-0, base runners needed.
For me? Put your finger up. Go Royals. Royals #1. Right.
3-1 on Aoki. Nori Aoki is 8 for 9 in the series.
Lava hot is he. Keep it rolling. Good hitting count. That's how when you take pitches and you get ahead in the count like that, you're going to buy yourself a good pitch to hit. Great stroke there, right back up the middle. He could see that hole up there in the middle. Alexi Ramirez is playing him all the way in that hole over there on the left side.
Inside to Lorenzo Cain. Cain is hitless in 4 trips. He has reached with a walk. One note on Nori Aoki. He played 119 games for the Royals this year without a 4-hit game. And now he has 4-hit games in his last 2. It's his 4th career 4-hit game. Big hitter right here, Lorenzo Cain with Alex Gordon on deck. Cain gets on. The tying run is on. The go-ahead run comes to the plate, and it's the Royals' leading home run and RBI man. If Cain makes out, Alex leads off the next inning.
That 2-0 pitch was a hittable pitch there.
Chopped up the middle. Ramirez fields. Wow. Hard throw, and in a defensive stance, Sanchez is there for the force at second base. We have achieved the 9th inning, and the White Sox lead 7-5. Of the game, and this was big for the Chicago White Sox because first of all it gets 3 runs and puts them ahead, but the Royals were able to get to that point without allowing Jose Abreu to beat him, and the White Sox in their lineup went from 103 RBIs in Abreu to 54 in Gillespie, and Gillespie drove in 3 with that triple, and that's where we are now, 7-5 in the 9th.
On a 97-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer half of the plate.
Adam Eaton trying to do his best Nori Aoki impersonation. Eaton has 6 hits. 3-hit games last night, tonight. Nori Aoki has 4-hit games. And there you go, base hit number 4 for Eaton. So he has 7 hits in the first 2 games, and he has scored 4 runs.
Fastball down. This guy has a magic wand. Everything he touches with his bat's falling in as well.
Alexei Ramirez. He was one of the runners that scored on Gillespie's 3-run triple. He also has an RBI tonight. First time that, or rather, Eaton ties his career high with a 4-hit game tonight. One and one on Ramirez. Crack bat, foul ball. 1 and 2 on Ramirez. Two and two. Lewis Coleman is the 8th pitcher tonight for the Royals. And warming up behind him is it Francisco Bueno. And if Bueno appears in this inning, it'll be the first time in Royals history that they have used 9 pitchers in a 9-inning game. And Coleman gets a strikeout.
Good slider. That thing started on the inner half. Well, started middle, but it finished off away, fooled him. After pounding him inside with those sinkers, he got him away.
And on the topic of Royals history and 9-inning games, we are 5 minutes away from this being the longest 9-inning game in Royals history. Grounded to Nix, who bobbles and throws just in time. Ball's hit sharply enough for the potential of a double play, but the bobble may have cost the Royals an out. So for the first time in the 46-year history of the Royals, if this is only a 9-inning game, the Royals will use 9 pitchers as Bueno comes on to face Connor Gillespie. Long night for the Royals in more ways than one, but especially when it comes to time. The Royals are 2 minutes away from their longest 9-inning game in history. And the Royals have now set a team record for pitchers in a 9-inning game, as Bueno is the 9th. The team record for combined pitchers in a 9-inning game was 13 between two teams. And with the White Sox using 5 pitchers, we've seen 14 tonight, and probably we'll see a 15th in the bottom of the 9th. Connor Gillespie. He's the reason that Coleman and Bueno have pitched in this inning and not Greg Holland, as he had a 1-out 3-run triple back in the 7th inning against Wade Davis. Royals were ahead 5-4 at that point. That gave the White Sox a 7-5 lead.
Gillespie hitting just .218 off of lefties.
It's just the 3rd time in history the Royals have used 9 pitchers. Gillespie has another base hit. That is his 2nd tonight. He put 2 on with 2 out. Other 2 times the Royals had this many pitchers were in extra inning games. And while we're talking about history, this is now the longest 9-inning game in Royals history by 1 minute. So if the Royals tie the game in the bottom of the 9th inning, not lose it, not win it, but they tie it, then all those 9-inning records go out the window.
Let's hope they mount a comeback in their last at bat.
Bueno throws a strike to Garcia. He has 2 singles and a run scored tonight.
Bueno uses a fastball, slider. Occasional changeups to righties. We'll see if he throws one here.
Oh, 0-2. Jake Petrichka is warming up in the White Sox bullpen. He was responsible for a blown save last night, giving up 2 runs in the 9th inning. And the Royals have Gordon, Perez, Hosmer in the bottom of the 9th, hoping it's still 7-5. Which it will be, as Bueno gets the strikeout. So what do the Royals have in store in the bottom of the 9th tonight? takes us all the way back to last night.
Yeah, how about this? This kind of magic is what they're looking for tonight. Tied the score. Lorenzo Cain. Tops one. Gore to score the winning run.
Okay. I'm assuming there is no connection between those two signs. They're just their own individual thoughts. Yeah. Well, the comeback started last night against Zach Putnam, so it's Putnam, not Petrichka, coming on. Putnam gave up an unearned run in the bottom of the 8th inning, which made it a 3-2 White Sox lead, and then the Royals with 2 against Petrichka in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, Royals are going to see the same thing they saw last night. Sinker slider split. Not overpowering. He wants you to hit the top of the ball and hit to one of the infielders. Ground ball guy, 88-92.
The run that Putnam allowed was driven in by Alex Gordon. And Alex has 2 RBIs tonight, giving him 70 to lead the Royals. Three infielders on the right side, and there is one down. That's 6-3 with the shortstop Ramirez making the play. Coming up on Boulevard Royals Live, Joel and Monty, also Josh Vernier from the Royals clubhouse. A lot to talk about tonight. A wild game. Lead changes all throughout the night. Both bullpens heavily involved as neither starter completed 4 innings. And we'll be talking about the former Wichita State Shocker Connor Gillespie, who came up with a 3-run triple to put the White Sox in front in the 7th inning, and with one swing put an end to the impressive scoreless streaks of both Kelvin Herrera and Wade Davis. The question now is, does that 3-run triple stand up? We'll be talking about Adam Eaton with his 4 hits. Nori Aoki another 4 hits. Up the middle to Sanchez, and Sal is out, 2 down.
Exactly what Putnam wants to do.
Tonight's copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Kansas City Royals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation. Ryan Lefevre, Rex Hudler with Joel and Monty. Director Steve Kurtenbach. Producer Christian Roberts. Associate producers Al Broughton, Sam Abramson, Dave Holtzman. And the producer of Royals Live is Brian Shapiro. And the rest of our great crew that's endured a long, long night. Check swing. The game ends on a check swing back to the pitcher. 4 hours and 17 minutes. And how big was last night's win now? The Royals do not lose any ground in the standings as Minnesota in walk-off fashion beat the Tigers at Target Field, but an opportunity was lost tonight as the Royals, in what has been normally an automatic win this year, taking a lead into the later innings. But Connor Gillespie with a 3-run triple in the 7th inning gives the White Sox a 7-5 lead, and that's the final score.
Yep, they just offense, they just couldn't recover tonight.
Back to Kauffman Stadium after this.